We have returned. It is Thursday. And Thursday? Well, Thursday means that it is time to return to DDO. And return to DDO means, of course, that we get to figure out if we're going to lag so hard tonight that we move to something else to stream. But we made it pretty far last time, so hopes are high. Now, let's catch up with where we were in DDO as of last time. Well, we are still on our Chaos Mancer, our Wild Mage iconic. We are level 17. We are just barely able to take level 18, which means that it is time for us to decide whether or not we want to take level or try to do some level 15s. And the thing is, there aren't that many 15s to be done. What there are to be done is basically just Litany. There's Litany and the Missing Chain that are potential. Okay, there's a Sharn Docks group, there's a Druids group, there's Kill 10 Rats on normal. Same old song. Well, we did Shard 1 last time. Did we do Shard 2 last time as well? Let's check. Let's see. We did the Cogs 16s, and we already did the Lords of Dust chain. But as far as Sharn 2, it looks like no, we did not do Sharn 2. So I think we're going to head to Litany and see how things go from there. So we already got our sigil out of the bank, and in so doing, we can just head to Litany. And we'll put it on public and see what all happens. I will, of course, have to pull up the wiki for the riddle because I do not have that memorized. But I want to send me to... where is it? There it is. Orchard of the Macabre. Because Litany is Litany of the Damned, which is the pre-raid quest for Necro 4. And fortunately, very fortunately, you can keep your flagging across lives, because flagging is an item. So it just goes into your resurrection cache, and then you're good to go for next life. You don't need to rerun all of Necro 4 again, although you do need to come back and talk to this dude again. Twice, in fact. Once to get the quest, once to be like, by the way, I've completed the quest. The first one is just like, okay, well, go get your completed sigil. And then it's like, okay, you have the sigil, now you can go on the quest. So, Litany does have at least one or two places where you're just kind of sitting around waiting. Mostly it's got one place. Oh, there you are. As you can see, it's one of those places that has a lot of walls and stuff that pop up when they want you to not go any further. Also traps like this that we can just jump over, which is really nice. I think that this is another one of those places where that gate doesn't open until I kill the right people. It looks like I haven't killed the right people enough. Still not enough people dead. Oh, never mind, I just had to get a little closer. No, this guy... Oh, he's healed by cold? Boo. Alright, how about now? There we go. Just had to get a little bit of immunity stripping in, and we're good to go. Now we get to the quite boring part, where we just kind of wait. Because we try to open these, and then the floor collapses. Then we have to wait. Pull the lever. This is one problem with being cold based, is that there are a lot of inherently cold immune undead. And I don't have area of effect immunity. Actually, I take that back. I do have area of effect immunity stripping. It's this spell. I've been spotted. Which is unfortunate. You know what I did do, though? I forgot to post my going live message on Discord. So we can do that here while we hopefully wait. Hello, Discord. Let me go to my Discord. We're not taking too much damage. This is fine. Okay, it got significantly less fine. I'm not sure exactly what hit us because I was kind of tabbed out. That's what it was. We got a big nasty dot on us from a champion. Wait, I turned this lever, didn't I? I could have sworn I turned that as soon as I got in here. Oh well, all that time waiting was wasted apparently, because it did not work. We were not making any progress during that time. So let's go back over here and wait. If you could stop immediately seeing me when I'm invisible, I would appreciate it. They have no intention of helping me out on that front. Okay. We're in the corner. We have cast invisibility. Leave us alone. Okay, maybe? Alright, so a hunter spawned over there. We're not being attacked yet, so that's a good sign. Maybe I should be sneaking. I don't even think I have it on my bars. Let's see, it's none of these. It's not a martial feat. Not racial. Oh, there it is. There we go. We are now sneaking. And we're out of combat, so our healing actually does something. We can roll our cosmetics while we wait, of course. Yay! A little bit of experience. Alright, low rolls today. But this does give us time to bring up the wiki. Litany of the Dead riddle. Okay. So we're basically waiting here for all 3 of these crystals to light up. And as you can see, we are at 2 out of 3. And once they finish, not only will we be able to move forward, but the person who joined us will be able to move forward too. They're currently locked out of this room. It's sort of an in-between. When you enter, no one can enter and no one can leave. Oh, there we go. Until the right time happens. And once again, I'm stymied by the fact that these guys are immune to cold. Which I should have taken into account when I decided that I was going to run this. But, you know, it's just one quest. It's not that big a deal. Oh, getting a little bit of lag. But not too much. Okay. That's unusual. That trap doesn't usually start off just like being constantly on. I wonder if he like jumped down a little bit to start with or something.
The air grows cold and thick as you descend deep into the black moss.
Well, we'll see if we recover. Or if he has any sort of died to the fall damage while I was unconscious. So now he either reses me or he does the riddle himself. And he has chosen that way. Okay. Alright, what do we want? Let's go for lawful good. So, Silver Flame. Never. If I would have done destroy, he, and stayed. Destroy, he, and stayed. The same I would follow, he deserved. The same I would follow, he deserved. And the Crusader. They lack honor, gold, engage. They lack honor, gold, engage. And the Doom Sphere. Excellent. Just doing the one run. Like, sometimes people will loop this, but we're going to stick with just the one for now. I'm going to lower that background music a bit as it was getting a bit too loud. And now I need to decide if I want to start 16s or if I want to Sharn 16s. That appears to be a full party. I don't recognize any of those as let's see. Schemes, finding doors, members, Stormhorns. Maybe I'm misremembering which one is schemes. Oh. Why? Why this particular set? We have got House Cannith into one quest in Sharn Docks. Oh, sorry. 2 quests in Sharn Docks. And then Stormhorns. Alright, I think we're just going to leave here and take 16. There's a lot of 16 and ups to be run. I don't need to be scrounging for 15s. We already did our litany run, so we'll go take 18. And maybe we will Unfortunately, we appear to have missed the boat on that Sharn 2 group. But there are plenty of other groups to be had, which is the great thing about the server merges. There has been a lot of groups around. Just so long as you manage to find a day and a server where the lag doesn't just get really, really bad. Now, they did push out a change that was supposed to fix a good chunk of the lag, this most recent update. But they straight up said, like, this isn't a real fix, as in, it's gonna fix everything for good. It is an improvement, and then they will continue improving things and digging into the other stuff that is causing the lag. Right. Bluff. Concentration. Spellcraft. Swim. Most important one. Swim. Oh, that's right, I got a feed at 18. I don't know which one I want, so we're probably going to go for a meta magic. Do we care about heighten? We probably don't. Alright, so we haven't taken spell focus evocation? What have we been doing with our lives? Okay. Well, we might have messed up our build, but that's fine. We will take Iceberg.
Everyone at Morgrave University is talking about Vecna and the Codex of the Infinite Planes. Board the Morgrave University air shuttle in Sharn and speak to Sephelsa Stameth outside.
Okay, so we get immunity to paralysis, which is a pretty rare effect, so it's not that important. But max caster level is really good. Of course, if we come over here, we also get max caster level, so that's nice. The trick is, there are not enough points to go around if I want greater color spray from here, and 41 points here, and 31 points here, because that's 41 plus 31 is 72. 72 plus 12 is 84. And we don't have enough points for that. We do have tomes and such for our universal tree, but that's not 4 points. It is, in fact, I think 2 points. Detour. So we've got people running High Road. Blown Deadline. Alright, so they're going through stuff. They're going through Smash. Which means, if we're talking about 16s... Wait, did I not grab my key out of the bank? Go to Evening Star? I did. I just don't have it on my bars. Okay. So, we're going to go to Wayloon. Wayloon's a pretty solid level 16, especially since I'm too late for that Sharn group, and I don't want to double up on Sharn groups and active at the same time. As for why I don't want to do that, I'm not entirely sure, really. Now, one trick here is, of course, that we have a slight problem, which is we might run into more undead that are immune to cold. I don't think the shadows here are immune to cold, but they might be. But for now, we're not going to put up a... Actually, screw it. We will. We'll put up a longer thing. So, create, edit, LFM, clear quest selection, 14 to 18, Wayland, prison, R2+. Here we go. And we will not use the public one, because the public one forces us to redo that group creation every time we finish a quest. And I am too lazy for that. It does mean I'll have to update the group and say, like, 1 out of 2, or 1 out of 5, or however many there are here, so... it's friends, and then we exit this and we go into lesson, and then after lesson, there's army, thrill, and mirror. So yeah, I think there's only 5 here, unless I'm missing one. Oh, a little bit of lag there, but it's okay. We recovered. We're fine. This is fine. Everything is fine.
Innocent Wayloon natives made these drainage tunnels into their refuge when the prison was built. Now, there's the woman's life ebbs away. Her frantic warning consumed the last of her strength.
And we're off. This is where I really miss having a bunch of move speed that I've had on other characters. Whether that's sprint boost, whether that's unlimited dashes on a cooldown like with Monk or Favored Soul. All of that would be nice. But we don't have it, so we don't have it, so we will make do with what we do have. What we do have is a big multi-target spell. Or big single target spell, rather. It's no acid well, to be sure, but...
Literal snores echo in the stone culvert.
It'll do. We're just gonna try to nuke things as we run by, which, admittedly, cold isn't nearly as good at as something like fire, or even lightning for that matter. Lightning, you can just go chain lightning, and a bunch of stuff falls over.
Criminals drop down from the ceiling grates. The natives below scramble to respond.
Okay, so I put my thing in a little bit of the wrong spot. This is where disco balls are super useful. Hi, I would like to have the people come down from the ceiling and immediately die for me. Thank you. And then I forget to refresh them. And we're stuck with this. Or, of course, you get some of the champions that are immune to it. Because some champs are just purely immune to this sort of thing.
The elder thanks you for protecting the camp. We will be safe now. Take this crest. It will help you.
One
gain
crest
entrance
down.
To Harvest Hall. A strange glow suggests that there's something unusual.
I could have sworn that these things would die in a few hits anyway. Even if you didn't have a good weapon on, but maybe I just always had just enough damage that it didn't matter. My tiny wimpy little sorcerer arms are just incapable of bashing things down. Which again, that's fine. We have other ways to handle things via magic.
The bat crest on the ground may be of use in reaching Harvest Hall. Shouts come from both ends of the camp. It's a two-pronged assault.
Right, and we want to...
More criminals drop down right in the middle of the camp.
Where is the elder?
As the gate defenders fall, the criminals force the gates open and pour into the camp.
Wait, how did you come from that side of things? Like, I knew the ones would come from this side, where there's, you know, a gate, but... them coming from the side where there isn't a gate is something I was not aware of. Which is funny, because I've played this quest a lot of times, so finding something I'm not aware of is kind of a new experience. Which is funny. And once again, I am almost screwed over by my own instincts. Because what just happened there is I got a wild magic surge that roots me in place. But because suddenly my inputs stop working, as in I'm trying to move and I can't, my head immediately thinks that, oh, this is full crowd control. I'm stunned, and I stop doing things. When in fact, that is the wrong response. We can still attack things while rooted. And in fact, we should attack the things because, well, why would we not? We do in fact want to not die. And the best way to not die is to kill them first.
Ended the attack on this camp. The grateful natives take down the barricade, so you can proceed to Harvest Hall.
And we do have heal scrolls. So we've got that, which is nice. Oh, now we take a bunch of poison damage. Just from the one, though. Okay, and we're dancing. This is fine.
A slight breeze suggests that you are nearing an exit. Yet, with the breeze also comes a pungent reptilian smell.
You'll notice that we still have plenty of spell points. And I think it's like, oh, well, you're down to like half. Sure, but we're down to the last fight, or maybe 2 fights, of the quest. So, who cares? We're good to go. Go up here to trigger the spawn.
Voice calls out. The leader of these thugs calls out to you. You bumpkins won't stop us! Where's my brother and sister? Did you crash them? Footsteps echo from down the hall as more criminals join the theater. I took their life.
Bonk.
I'll take yours! Blood for blood! Athena attacks with renewed vigor as she is joined by reinforcements. More of Athena's lackeys join her fight as she cries out, I'll have my vengeance!
Oh, lots of Reapers spawning. Oh. I was getting a little bit too complacent. I'm figuring, it's like, oh, they can't hurt me. No big deal. And then I look and I'm at half health. It's like, oh, okay.
She gasps.
Maybe I should not face tank everything.
Ended their scheme to
Probably a good idea to not face tank everything as the squishier version of a sorcerer.
eager to speak with you. You are welcome to use Harvest Hall as a place to rest and recover from now on.
And I say the squishier version because normal sorcerer, my secondary tree would be Eldritch Knight, which has a bunch of defensive capabilities in it.
Spent the day at Harvest Hall.
But instead,
Inhabitants claim that they have nothing to
we
do
are
with
in
the
Chaosmancer, which
shower
does give
of
us
criminals.
things like caster levels and max caster levels. So it is more damage, but it is significantly weaker.
Continued my search.
Or, well, stronger. It is squishier. It is more glass cannon-y. Which is fine. We just need to remember that we are squishier and more vulnerable, and play accordingly. Or suffer accordingly.
Your allies meet you just inside the entrance to the crumbling warehouse. With their sudden explosion tears apart a section of the building. Then, a mysterious voice calls out.
What kind of fools do you take us for? I'm charmed to see the magistrate sent you.
Just straight up missed.
Teach you a lesson. Still alive?
Exclaims the voice.
I do
in the
like them
rafters.
all running into the AoE though. That's very nice of them.
Voice calls to you from a nearby rooftop.
This isn't over. In fact, it's only begun. While you were busy fighting, I captured your fellow spies. If you ever want to see your friends again, Don't
And we
delay.
follow the dogs a little bit.
Says the voice.
If you waste my time, your friends will die. One by one. They fight each other, and only the strongest survive.
Left, I
Then
think?
I get my pick of the litter.
Taunts the mysterious voice from a nearby roof.
Oh, wait. Remnants. Remnants important. Okay, and that gets us to here.
Not that way.
Shouts the voice.
We have something else.
I am not ordering my spells correctly. I am taking a lot more damage than I probably should. But it's fine.
Give my regards to the lizard folk.
Lesson in Deception is not that long of a quest that I'm going to be seriously punished for being inefficient with spells. It is one of the few quests that does actually in-game punish you for resting. Because the whole point is, if you delay, I'm going to kill your friends. And then, guess what? Stopping at a rest shrine counts as delaying, and he kills one of your friends. So... why are they not dying? What are... oh, that's why. And we're dead. Because, like, why are they not dying? It's like, well, two reasons. One, it's a champion. And two, it is a Soul of Ice champion, which means it was taking, I will say, less than half damage from my spells. Which puts us in a rather rough place, because I don't know if I'm going to be able to finish this now. Because we need to pull both levers. And then get to a shrine. And I don't know if I can manage that. But we're going to try it. One problem is, of course, that gibbers can interrupt pulling the levers.
Unlocks the drain. The lizard folk pour out of the darkness.
This is almost definitely going to fail.
Looks in the distance as more lizard folk attack.
You see, because this is what I expected to happen, and then I did a round of spells and it didn't work, and I did another round of spells and it didn't work, and I did another round of spells and it didn't work, and they were still alive, still casting at me. And by that time it was too late. I'd eaten too many crowd control, or not crowd controls, damage over time effects.
The voice taunts you from somewhere quite close.
Do you understand that, Lavos? The prisoners, the magistrates,
Unfortunate.
they're all our puppets, and so are you. We decide what happens here. Waylon belongs to Shar.
All right. So we have failed by not respecting things, which is generally how you can fail on a character this developed, is just not respecting things. And of course the fact that I don't have any super strong healing, and as we were talking about just before we entered this quest, the fact that we have a certain problem, and that problem is we are squishy. Let's clear this notification so I don't have to deal with it. But okay. Where were we? Warehouse district. I don't actually know the answer to that. We're not in friends, we're in lesson. Yes. This is a weird thing about DDO is that you have the quest name, which is a lesson in deception. And then this, like that he was just asking about of Warehouse District, this is the name of the door on the map, is Warehouse District. So it's the location that the quest is taking place. Which can be a little bit confusing when you're new to somewhere and someone says, go to a lesson in deception, and you go on the map and you see quest markers and you hover over them, and none of the quest markers match the name. Like Army of Shadow, Netherese Recruiting Center, and so on and so forth. Friends? Well, Friends is in Wayloon Docks. And Thrill is in Merchant's Townhouse. So we're going to take this opportunity to fill our water up while he gets here to res us. We should be back in a couple seconds.
These narrow back alleyways are full of dead ends. Hidden somewhere in this maze is the mysterious person who took your allies.
Okay, we got another person who joined. Oh, I can share.
A desperate man calls from the end of the alley. Help! Help! They're killing me! Yet if you stop to help, it may endanger an ally.
So I believe that there's a set of shrines behind this door. I didn't remember that it was locked, though. Presumably picking the lock is what triggers the failure state and him killing someone. While we're here, we can go over our build a little bit. So, we got all the crit, we got cheaper maximize, and we got all the temporary spell points, the extra cold spell power, but what we didn't get is bypassing damage resistance. And in fact, getting this might have meant actually killing that guy earlier instead of dying, because flat damage bypass is very strong, especially in heroics. Alright, apparently Tomei is a little lost. But that's fine. He's lost, but I am dead. So really, which of us is doing better? Oh, and of course, over here we have crit damage, we have more caster levels, more universal spell power, and of course, more chance to do magic surges. Of course, I do have a decent amount of the luck over here. Wild Surge luck +3. Wild Surge luck. I don't have the +6, but that's fine. Alright, Metrix is still making his way this way. We will share lesson. But this is actually good for a couple reasons, in that I believe there's a bonus going on right now. Yeah, see? Lots of bonus XP per character with me in the dungeon. So it is very explicitly stronger to be in a party as opposed to not be in a party. I was like, wait, why did my heal not land? And it did. It was simply slightly delayed. Alright. So we've got that on board, we've got that on board, we've got our buffs back up. Now this spawns a bunch of dudes.
The voice continues as you climb onto the roof.
You're almost there. Shine has found you, so you can play your part in her plan.
Alright, our last person is in. So that's good.
The mysterious voice is much closer now.
You've passed the test with flying colors. Well done.
As you reach
Okay.
the rooftop, the voice calls out once again.
We meet at long last.
You can now see that the voice belongs to a robed Shar priest.
Few have made it this way.
Ladders hit the rooftop, and the priest's minions swarm up, ready for battle. Knock the ladders down to help even the odds.
Stupid Fey touched. Polar raid.
Now that the priest is dead, you should rescue any
Well,
of your allies that still live.
it is nice to be able to just absolutely nuke the boss with Iceberg, though.
You are greeted by all of your allies, alive and well. Now, to help yourself to the mad priest's hoard of treasure.
Alright. I love the corpse saying, "Come here," because someone else popped up. Let me update our LFG. Okay, so we did friends, lesson. So we have army, thrill, mirror. So we are at 3 out of 5. 3 out of 5. Update party. So that people know where we're headed. And I missed the jump. That's fine. We can proceed on the ground just as easily. I think. Pretty sure. We headed? Yes, we are headed the right way. Very good.
I've seen strange people with ashen skin patrolling this part of the prison. If I know my plane alone, then they must be...
A strange mist envelops you, and vertigo clutches your stomach. What is happening?
Off we go.
The world around you has changed. It's become a shadow of
And this is the way to army.
streets are hollow, and the darkness almost feels alive.
Do we have a worm to kill? No bonus worm for experience. Maybe he's only an epic, actually, now that I think about it. You might say it's like, oh, well, it's not really fair to sneak in an increase of 2 skulls and go on R4, but the LFM does say R2 plus, so that's the plus. It's mostly just because we have extra people now. It does mean I will have to respect things a little more, but that's just how it goes sometimes. Sometimes you need to give a little respect. Right now, we just need to wait for them to be done talking to each other. As they do.
The Shade vanishes back into his tower retreat. You might learn how to reach the general by questioning the recruiter.
And we're out of phase, which is not an ideal way to start out. Especially since it means that my spell didn't go off. And now all 4 people are here. We're going to pay a little bit more attention and make sure we kill the champion so we don't get a bunch of dots stacked on us. Oh. Another unfortunate timing of full crowd control coming from our wild magic searches.
An angry figure leaps from the bed, furious at being disturbed. The guard falls. You now have the key to the Shade's tower.
Okay. Hi. Dancing again. That does slow down our ability to take out the spell wards. And because someone else took care of the spell ward first, I cast the spell magic on myself. And casting the spell magic on myself just dispels all my buffs, so not ideal.
Wood groans against metal in the distance as the gate to the Shade's tower opens.
Alright. Party as a whole is just moving along smoothly. Go. Other people are already ahead, which is fine. I thought I had landed crowd control on the assassins, but I had not. It was incomplete.
This must lead to the Shade's lair inside the Shadowfell.
Do I mind people running ahead? Not at all, because the people running ahead, well, they're going to get this guy talking first.
Don't you understand? You do not face mere and virtue. You face an entire empire. Hundreds of leagues away. Plans are in motion too. But I can see it's no use trying to discuss grand strategy with a mere
All right,
foot soldier.
time for single target damage.
So why don't we skip to the part you do understand? The fight.
The shade, dying shade, seems untroubled
Bonk.
by his defeat.
One general has lost the bet. But Netheril will win this war. Or did you think that Wei Lun was our only front?
Oh, it's immune to cold? That's not nice at all. Skip immunity first. Wait, no, we got the completion, yeah. Yeah. So if you weren't aware, we didn't actually have to fight the worm there.
A strange mist envelops you, and
You
vertigo
can't, if you
clutches
burst him
your
down fast enough,
What is happening?
you kill him, you get the quest completion, and you can just dimension door out and not kill the worm.
The world around you has changed.
It gets harder
The shadow of
on higher difficulties, of course, to burst him that fast,
darkness.
but I helped. In this case, I helped by
Looking for another
casting an iceberg on his head.
collection.
An iceberg is pretty effective at single target nuking things. Oh, she's immune to cold. Alright, someone's already in. I don't know how many skulls they chose, but however many it is, it's a fair amount. Do-do-do.
Searching the clutter reveals nothing of interest. Searching the clutter reveals nothing of interest. You discover a key while searching the desk.
Why are you failing? Why must you succeed on all of your saving throws? It causes me problems. I should probably help that person. No, there's two people in there.
Reveals nothing of
Two people can
interest.
definitely handle it.
Clutter reveals nothing of interest. Down below, the Shadar.
Oh, and we have a monk who can just spam his heal as much as he wants.
I really did like you, you know. It pains me to think how you
You've searching the clutter reveals nothing of
But,
interest.
you know, let's help him out a little bit. Since, as usual, as per the rules of Reaper, he cannot heal himself as much as he can heal others. So, what is enough to keep us going really strong
killed my pet.
is just barely enough to keep him afloat. So, let's get him up to at least like half-ish health. And let's see. Oh, my short-term buffs are down, so probably want to recast those. we should probably put up displacement at the very least.
One of the gargoyles move.
Oh, some people went way ahead and we got dungeon alert for it. And dungeon alert's down, so we're better off now. Never mind. Back up to yellow. That's some Reapers. We hit the Reapers. Okay. No save, no nothing. Just straight up doesn't do anything.
Karleth stands before another prisoner trapped in a cage.
You were my favorite.
Oh, someone's already ahead.
The Shadar.
Excellent.
I can't bear to think of what will happen to you. My despair will be
Come on.
exquisite.
Little bit of lag. Little bit of zoning lag. There are some shadows here to kill us.
Karleth moves to attack, his face a twisted mixture of rage and joy. The Shadar Kai commander will no longer inflict his cruel whims on Weilun's inhabitants. His hunt for thrills has ended.
Okay, did I get the spell cast off? Yes. Am I still taking a bunch of damage from these guys as they spawn in? Also, yes. Oh, we should probably save this dude. For a little bit of bonus XP.
You've saved the captive from Karleth's
And bonus chest. So now we want to go get the flagging quest for Mirror, and then we can go in on that. I gotta say, the ability to just kind of two-shot the dude, even in R4, is nice. I'm not sure if it completely counteracts the difficulties I have with clearing all the AoE on the way there, but it is nice. I'm not used to being able to do that as much on other sorcerer builds, since I've not done ice before. We're going to hit this add button on Twitch so it runs while we're running to places, and not mid-quest. Now, often this is where we would instead pause the stream and whatnot, so we would get a drink and stand up and walk around and be healthy, but today we're in a multiplayer game. And being in a multiplayer game means I can't pause it, Mom, it's online! And so we don't pause it. We just suffer through having to run ads on our stream, which sucks, but hey, what are you gonna do? So I don't know if anyone else was flagged for Mirror. So I did it. As party lead, it is my responsibility to make sure we are flagged and can get into the quest. And so I did, and so we can. And someone is already in. So either they were already flagged, or they were just sitting there waiting, ready for me to make flagging possible before they zoned in. Either way is perfectly possible, and perfectly good ways of doing things. Right. There's a mirror there, and if we need to do the fast way, it is in tab 3. So good to know. We'll go north this time, since someone else went south.
Magical shadows.
Which is possibly a bad idea, because
Way around it.
maybe we don't want to split the party this way. Okay, so nothing here. We do need to
This
go
door
through
has been
here.
blocked off. You will have to find another way around.
We didn't take Sunburst, actually. Which is odd, because normally I do take Sunburst. But I took Polar Ray instead, because,
Magic
well,
emanates from the
frost.
light orb. You should gather any more you'll find.
Let's see. I don't know if that was a Disintegrate or a Horrid Wilting, but either way, it was very impolite to just smack me for 200 something damage. Okay, so we go up, up, up. The fly circling your head reminds me of the pale lava effect. That is actually interesting to me for an entirely different reason. Purely from a video quality standpoint. The fact that you can see a fly buzzing around my head is pretty nice, because I had to fix some camera issues. And part of it was a firmware issue, part of it was that I did get forced into finally upgrading my OS to Windows 11. But as a side/main effect, my camera quality got better. So, yes, again, welcome in, need more chai. And thank you for the vote of confidence on the video quality.
A shade
I
appears
will
from out of the
hunt down the
darkness.
fly at some
She
point,
seems
such
to
that
have
it
been
is no longer bothering me. But for now, we'll allow it to live. As it just, like, does a drive-by and kicks me in the head as it walks by. Oh, hello. Okay, I was a little bit worried there. Quality's a bit better? Yes. Also, as an added bonus, one problem I was having was... How should I put this? The camera kept forgetting all of its settings, so I had to basically start from scratch and redo all of my camera, like exposure and everything settings, every stream just before stream.
You can deliver the final blow. Oralace deliberately
And now, I don't have to do that
the
anymore.
light orbs on their
So,
pedestals to grant
that's
further
been nice.
access to the Nexus.
To not have to redo all of my camera settings every stream. And the downside is, I had to do this through, like, weird illicit maneuvering. I need to update this. In mirror. Now I know you're a developer because you waited until you really needed to upgrade the OS? Yes. It's not just a developer thing, but it is certainly a thing that a lot of people do. It's like, as long as it works, I'm not touching it. Which is how a lot of security bugs happen, actually, is people not upgrading things when they should be. So that's one thing I'm guilty of.
There must be another path.
But yes, fun fact, the webcam that I am using had a bug, like a hardware bug. They couldn't update the firmware for all the ones that were manufactured before a certain date. And so what happens is, when you try to run their firmware updating tool, it just says, oh, sorry, I can't do that, Dave. And you're just kind of screwed. So I couldn't upgrade it. So I tried to contact support, and apparently their only solution for this is replacing the camera entirely. Now, unfortunately, it's a little bit of an older camera, so it's out of warranty. So essentially, they released a piece of hardware. There was a bug with it where they couldn't update the firmware properly. And the solution for that bug is, well, they'll just have to replace it under warranty. But if you don't discover that that bug was present in time, congratulations, you're just screwed. They're not going to help you any. And I know that because I contacted support, and they didn't help me any. What I did find was a very suspicious GitHub repo that someone had written to force update the firmware with all of the standard warnings of, so yeah, if it breaks, it ain't on me.
In the darkness, betraying a shadow beholder's hiding spot.
So I used that, and it worked.
The shadow beholder bellows in agony as he
So
back into the darkness.
that's one way to handle things. And that's how I got my firmware updated, and I didn't have to buy a new webcam. And my old webcam now works better than ever. No thanks to Razer support. And Razer's lack of support for their own hardware bugs. Now I forget where the last shadow orb is the problem. Because it's not here. This was the light orb. Yes, this is a Razer Kio Pro, which, as you can see, the quality is pretty good. There's a variety of good things about it. But if you got one of the early ones, then you couldn't update the firmware, and it has all sorts of problems, like forgetting all of its settings. And if you don't handle that, well, it's awful. And Razer support was awful. Well, okay. Like, the exact support representative that I dealt with was fine. Like, they were great. But their overall support policy was awful. I don't want to throw, like, random person answering tickets under the bus for the company's overall response. Is it this way? I keep almost hitting my Harper pin because it looks similar to the mirror. See, this is what happens when I go out of order here. I can't remember where anything goes. I'm used to running this quest in a specific order, and if I'm not doing it in that specific order, I forget where some of the things are. Yeah, there it is.
Now that you have all of the shadow orbs, place them on their pedestals to grant further access to the Nexus.
Okay, now we can go back. But why is it so funny that it's Razer? Have you had issues with them in the past, or are you surprised that I had issues with them?
You take a quick glimpse into your mirror. A bridge of solid darkness is formed. These
Here we
light
go.
crystals are dormant, but still radiate a subtle magical aura. No doubt, they are receptacles for some kind of orb.
Alright, someone's got 2 light orbs. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, this is...
The barrier of light disappears.
This isn't some random one. This was a... It's highly recommended and well-reviewed online. And I will say, after I managed to get the firmware update on it, it's working pretty well. It's just the whole thing of, oh, everything manufactured before a certain date, we're not going to update the firmware on, and your only recompense is a new one, and then only if you're within the warranty period,
I shall force you to
is,
watch as I destroy you.
we'll say, less than ideal.
Tibullus laughs as he draws a protective spell around himself.
Oh no. We've been potted again.
My sorcery allows me to exist in both light and shadow. Tibullus falls, breaking his hold over Orifon.
Excellent.
Orifon quickly mutters a mystic phrase over the scroll.
But no,
destroying the connection between the
I'm
old
not
stone
using any
wall
really
and the shadow.
esoteric sort of hardware. Like, that's the the Razer Keo Pro is one of those that's, like, well-reviewed, and at the time I got it was at the top of a bunch of, like, recommended lists. The Dog Cam is, of course, the one I had before then, which let's get that a little bit more on target. That's good old Logitech 920. Logitech 920 that everyone and their mother literally was using during the pandemic. It's like 40, 50 bucks and has been just a workhorse of basic good quality for, I don't know, when did the first ones of those come out? 6 years ago? 8? It's just very solid, and it's been very solid for a long time. So we're heading to Sharn 2 next, and we'll see how many of these people want to hit that versus have already hit that. Or, as that one person in chat, hasn't done Sharn 1 yet, so they are not flagged. Alright. What is the best way to Sharn from here? I think we'll go airship, portal, and teleport. Want to buy raid filigree. They are in Sharn. Never noticed the airship above the airship door. I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about, but sure. Help us get tokens. That's a weird level range to want to get tokens in, seeing as 2/3 of your level range, literally, it is impossible for them to zone into the quest because you have it set to epic difficulty and you can't step into epic difficulty at level 18 or 19. Presumably, he just hasn't set his things correctly. Which is fine. It's something everyone does from now and then. From now and then, yeah. It would be great if I could speak properly. This sometimes happens when you're on stream. You try to pay attention to too many different things, and your mouth just doesn't do what you want it to. Oh, it's a little icon indicator. How's lag been? Now that character transfer's closed, you'd hoped it was improved. Well, we haven't really run into any big lag so far today, and they did put in a change earlier this week to hopefully resolve some of the issues. I don't know exactly how many it is. Let's see, how many things are in Sharn 2? I think it's only 4, right? Yeah, because there's House of Pain, there's blowing stuff up, there's finding the lady in black, there's the last one. Yeah, I think it's only 4. Or I could count the quest givers. 1, 2, 3, 4. But then again, we had a good 2-3 hours without lag last time as well. And by last time I mean last Thursday. And then it became a problem. Should I have left it on R4 now that I'm solo instead of in a party of 4? Probably not. But we'll find out how badly we get punished for this mistake here in a second. Oh, wait. We do want Death Ward. Death Ward is important.
Please turn back. Von Darkano Technic is dealing with a security problem inside this store. For your own safety.
Think you may try it out again, see the new X pack. Sounds like a plan.
By a magic field projected by a modified version of Earth's arcane system. Open the door to the Sky Coach, Doc Zolkis. They'll capture that fractious wizard in a moment now. We'll be departing shortly.
Okay. Looks like we're not going to be punished at all for going in at too high a difficulty level, because people immediately joined. Oh, and Metrix is back. They were just in my previous party and they left, even though I said where we were going next. Maybe they thought they had to leave for dinner or something, and then they're like, oh wait, I guess I don't. Oh good, other people are here now, so I can play a little bit more aggressively. Which is, of course, one of those things that's things said moments before disaster. Like, oh, I can play a little bit more aggressively. And then maybe you get punished for your hubris and the game says that was a terrible idea. But, you know, maybe not. Alright, looks like no crest in there. Displacement back up. Excuse me. But yes, there's a reason that this stream is tagged as the weekly lag test. Have you liked or heard about the X-Pack? So, I guess it's technically not been like on strike sort of thing, but I haven't bothered looking at the new X-Pack because of the lag. Like, if I'm not really playing your game because it's lagging so much, I'm not going to spend money on your new expansion. Because that just does not make sense. It's like a Wookiee that wants to live on Endor. Why would an 8-foot Wookiee want to live with 2-foot Ewoks? That does not make sense. Oh, Dobby is almost dead. Oh. We're gonna run away for a second. This is how we died in Wayloon. A Soul of Ice mob that takes us forever to kill because we didn't get the resistance bypass enhancements. Alright, let's get you off of critical health at least. I'm not going to be able to heal you to full or anything, but let's at least get you over 100. You'd pre-purchase before lag death started? Yeah. I think a lot of people had. Oh, there we go, and now we have a full party, which is extra beneficial Because it's XP weekend, where we get more XP for each person in the party. So if you didn't know that was going on, and you were running solo, it's not a good weekend to be running solo when you can get, like, an extra 55% experience by having a full party. Yay! People are getting smited.
The door is securely locked.
Okay, did I get the key or did someone else get the key?
Unlock the door using the key
Someone else
in
got the key.
manager's office.
Can I shoot this thing? No, I missed. Do I get insta-gibbed? Oh no, Dragon's Roar! Dragon's Roar to the rescue, to crowd control these things that probably shouldn't get crowd controlled with a stun from Dragon's Roar, but somehow do. Let's see. Yes, we have enough dots on the map.
The radiant idol calls out to you.
Do a run through of New and then power level back with Dark Bargainer. So my problem actually is going to be I didn't get all of my characters transferred. So I don't have any of my holder characters. I have none of my banks.
Give them a lesson in civilized
So that may be an issue for me going forward. Because they did not say how long it would be until the zombie servers come up for more transfers. So we're just going to go with whatever happens to be on our main for the next life or two. I know, they were quick. I just kept not getting around to it. Like, I transferred the one because I wanted to make sure that was done. And then I basically, DDO was kind of out of sight, out of mind because I wasn't playing at all due to all the lag. And I just didn't get to it. I pressure washed the deck though, so it's not all bad. For some reason, when I'm not on DDO, I get other, like, real life things done. Go figure. It's funny how that works. Alright, in House of Pain, off we go. But yeah, I know that you could do them in batches of 4 or 5, I believe. So I should have just done a batch of 4 or 5, and that would have been enough to get me most of my mules. Okay, someone else already did get that.
The air smells of sulfur. And who in Khyber are you? The gnome demands in a pitiless tone. Speaking gnome investigator nonchalantly gives you a head start, then goes back to work on the crime scene. What is really going on?
Oh, I wanted to see how big a crit I could get on something that was weak, but it tossed me out of phase.
Rises from somewhere below.
You got all 12 at once?
Being watched.
Huh. The readme said that you couldn't do that, and you were limited to, like, 4 at once, or 5 at once.
This must be the place.
Perhaps that, maybe that was later on.
Perhaps the bartender has seen him. These ne'er-do-wells have mistaken you for an easy mark.
Like, you started out being able to do all at once, and then they were like, oh no,
Turn to head outside.
all of these transfers are gumming things up. Let's limit people to only doing, like, 5 at once.
Beckons you over.
I have no idea if that's a thing or not, but it seems like a possible reason for why I saw the rules that said you can only do this many at once, and you got all of yours done at the same time. It's entirely possible that the rules changed as they determined, oh, we need to set some reasonable limits to behavior here. Oh. Overkill. Oh, someone found her. Let's get the green off the screen. Oh, Oh, and we have people who can take care of the traps, so we don't need to time the breaking of the pipes, which is very nice.
You come across a crumbling shrine amidst what appear to be ancient ruins. It still gleams with the magic of a shrine
Alright, how are
long
we?
vanished.
8 traps down? Oh, excuse me. Okay, off we go.
You find yourself in a small corner of the vast sewers that snake beneath.
What
the
is Touch of
city.
Winter anyway?
If your suspicions are correct,
Spell pen?
the mysterious House Cannon has a hideout somewhere
no big deal.
nearby. Strange. What's the treasure chest in front, going in a place like this?
I'm gonna die here quite possibly. Okay. All it would have taken is a little bit of lag to kill me, and for like one spell to not go off. But fortunately, all the spells went off.
With some kind of pipe contraption. Maybe you could help.
Huh? The secret door just popped open. You did it.
Ashtatherash calls down the hallway.
Oh well, look at that. Things go way better with a party of 6. Way smoother.
At first, Lady Thora gapes at you like a
What is
startled
this?
deer.
That's that. That's
Then
fine.
She sighs with exasperation.
There we go.
Cursed contractors. If you want something done right, you've got to do it yourself.
You know, I just noticed that I am not using the right capture. Sorry, I'm showing Discord when I do not mean to be. So we're going to fix that here in a second. How about now? We're good now? We're good. Oh, that's not what we wanted. We need to make it the correct size now. Why was it so huge? Who knows? But it was, and now it isn't. We have fixed it.
We had a deal, Talion. Thora calls out, and she sees the lone inquisitive among
Okay.
the attackers. Nobody quits the dark lanterns, Thora. You're a loose end, Talion responds. And you're done playing house. That's all
Okay.
at least for today. We need to keep moving, Thora
Now we get to
says.
put our voices on.
If you want to talk to Evan, you need to do it now.
Excellent. People are leveling up. We're making progress across the board. Fortunately, I don't have any really personal info in Discord, so accidentally flashing it is not a huge doxing problem, especially because it sets itself to streamer mode, which means it shortens everyone's names, and unless you recognize icons, in which case, okay, you know what Discord servers I'm in. I'm not concerned about that. That is not something I consider to be private or sensitive information. Well, okay, some would, but in order for you to recognize them, you would need to already be in them, in which case, we go back to me not caring. This being ones that are local Discord servers, like not online communities, but ones that are simply ways to connect with people who live where I live, in which case, it is doxing in that it does say where I live. However, if you're in those places, you already live the same place I do, so we're right back to, once again, it's like, yeah, if you're there, you already know me, probably. In which case, it's a non-issue. Okay.
lever triggers a suspicious rumbling in the hall behind you. You run in a loop and pass it.
Just gonna drop some AoE spells. Oh, we do want to kill the Sphere Reaper. Oh, another Sphere Reaper. Oddly enough, I don't have any insta-kills learned.
Pushing open the doors and there's just a wave of power. The heat reminds
Oh, that's one reason why things are dying.
you
You have a druid, and the druid is casting Acid Well. And Acid Well is a extremely good spell for just exploding packs of enemies. Just super effective. Really great at it.
The pipe breaks, and the machinery itself begins to shudder. Pulling the final lever causes the flare up as the system breaks down.
Excuse you, Plague Reaper.
You've reached the center
And I
of
have
the
to ask you to go away.
sabotage
If I ask you to go away, I mean kill you.
the whole facility.
Which is really the same thing. We're just gonna wait here for them to finish sabotaging that stuff, and then we'll go into the boss battle alone and die.
Grinds and squeaks.
Because that's what arrogance does. It gets you killed.
Acrid smoke pours from
And we're
the
going to go
sabotage
full arrogance. Oh, never mind. We won't go alone. We'll go with this ranger. This Warlock Dark Hunter Monk.
crackles through the grating as the device overcharges and melts. The last piece of equipment in the main manufactory sputters and stalls. Soon, the entire tower starts to fight. But no roars at you as you enter the room.
My wonderful equipment! How could you destroy it like that? You'll pay for this, promise.
Ruptures beat with concussive force tear through the building as the main manufacturing collapses.
Alex, welcome. Thank you for the raid.
Metallic radiance.
What were you up to? Were you also DDOing this evening? Saw that you have chosen to delay the podcast to not be this upcoming weekend. Lamordia? Oh, we were just talking about that a little bit earlier, how I have not picked up Lamordia yet because I've been playing so little due to the lag issues. But once the lag issues clean themselves up a bit, as they are very much not doing, we're getting a lot of end of quest lag here, then I'll probably pick it up and explore a bit. Let us give a shout out here. Axel, Alex. Okay. And someone pointed out to me before, oh, excellent, it worked properly. So I did have a typo on someone, and it turns out that if you typo someone's name with the shout out command, it shouts out yourself. So if I had a typo, it would be like, hey, link to myself in my channel, which is not ideal. But okay, for anyone from Axel's raid who doesn't know me, I go by trying on here. I primarily stream to DDO. It's since the lag problems, I have shifted a little bit more. I stream 3 times a week, and one of them is DDO. Oh no, feel free. Thank you for dropping your people off. Take care of yourself. Go grab some food and whatnot. Do all those post-stream activities that you've been putting off all stream. And even if that includes just not staring at a monitor for a bit, because staring into lights in a monitor can get old. But yes, for anyone else who is here, so I have been working my way through Warframe story quests. On Tuesdays, DDO has been on Thursdays, and on Fridays we've been doing a little bit more backlog things, which means tomorrow we will be playing Fear for the first time. Fear is a bit of an older first-person shooter horror sort of game. Wait, am I lagging or am I stuck? Oh. I'm not lagging. I thought I was lagging, but I am not lagging. I am simply stuck. Okay. Leap? Well, I already typed in the stuck command, but leap was probably the correct option before typing that in. Came with Alex. What server or DDO do you usually play at? So, I was on Cannith, and I am now on Thrain, as many people from Cannith are on Thrain. So, also, I have in the past done a lot of hardcore stuff. Well, not a lot. I did, for one season, I did do the full 5k favor grind, which is why, you can see even now, we have our bloody footprints. Which, you know, I used to always forget to have, because I would reincarnate and I would forget to go and grab them again, but they made that very convenient change that now they last through reincarnation, so I don't have that problem anymore. So that was a nice quality of life change from them that I appreciated. And yeah, so we are on our second of 3 Chaosmancer Wild Mage lives. And it's going alright. First one we did Fire, because Fire was the Sorc that we're most familiar with. This life we are doing Ice, because Ice is the Sorc we are least familiar with. I'm at over 100 past lives on this character. I got a lot of hours on this character. But I've never done Ice Sorcerer before. So we went with that to try out something new. And it's pretty much exactly what was promised, which is it is not as good on AoE, but it is better single target. Also, if you didn't know that trick there, I just half messed it up, half got it. While you're rising up, usually you have to wait until you get all the way up before you can fall back down. But if you manage to walk onto a ledge, you'll kind of stick to the ledge, and you can proceed immediately. I, of course, missed the first ledge, and then I hit the ledge over the door. So you could see that I stopped rising until I walked off the ledge, and I continued rising again. But if you can hit the first ledge, then you can just walk straight through the door, and you don't have to wait for the reverse gravity effect. You don't have to wait for it to expire, because it will already have expired.
Introducing the new Vaunt Arcane Apprentice. It now comes in black. Better still.
Oh,
the
someone is
Vaunt
dead.
Arcane Apprentice has new functionality and new spells.
Oh, okay.
It's simple enough that a brute with absolutely no arcane training can use it. My charming assistant will now demonstrate. Lucy matters to
Okay, so let's see what we can do about picking some people up.
if you please. Damn this box to Kyber! Will you listen to me? The troll lashes out in anger.
All right, get some reses out.
Well, clearly, smash it. But the woman still casts the spell, even though you see it wasteful. And we do have an extra tough adamantine edition of the device available.
All right, the door's up.
Use that one in retrospect. Some of the new spells included in this version are locate object for finding things around the house, detect poison if things go amiss in the kitchen. Minor image.
All right, off we go.
Perfect for the garden. Leoman's tiny hut.
And our short-term buffs have expired. And we're getting lag a little bit. No, not too bad. I've played DDO for a long time. I have a pretty high tolerance for lag at this point. It's just that the last month or so has been above that tolerance. Now, sometimes we've managed to get through a stream. Sometimes it's been a little bit too much, and I'll dip and just play something else. So we have a backup plan if the lag gets us too bad, but so far it's behaving itself. So that's been good for us. All right, let's see if we can do the trick this time. So we need to hit this. Oh, see? We missed the ledges, so we have to wait until it wears off. And at least we can cancel Featherfall now. If you're newer to DDO, that wasn't always the thing. Before, like, if someone else in your party cast Featherfall on you and you didn't want Featherfall, you were just kind of stuck with it. But then they made it so, okay, well, if you have Featherfall but you want to fall fast, you just hold your block button, which default is shift. Oh, now we're lagging. I'm gonna blame Axel, because we were not lagging until the raid. And clearly, this is industrial sabotage to lower the quality of any stream that he sends people to maintain his own viewership. It's a seedy practice, but clearly it's effective. He's got just a direct line to the DDO servers. I don't know how he does it. He's just that skilled. Oh, it died. Does that mean I can move again? Oh, nope. Nope, it means we're dying. Unfortunate. Well, we have died to lag. It wore off just in time for someone to grab our soulstone, though, so we've got that benefit at least.
You've recovered the stolen beacon. Now, to return the artifact to Stormreach, where it will once again guard the city it had protected for thousands of years.
I love taking fall damage while dead. It's just kind of a funny little quirk of how things work. Lag not only killed me, it's gonna rob experience from me, because I can't switch to my voice while I'm dead. Man, SSG's got it out for me today. But alright, so what have we done? We did Litany, we did Wayloon, we did Sharn 2. I'm not sure what to hit up next, because we're not even that close to cap. We still need 4 full ranks. Okay. Okay. I will accept this res as soon as it gets to me. Alright. Let's see if we can't get out of here. Okay, alright. We got our loot. Let's get out. Maybe the lag will be better in town. But the question is now where to go next. Because we already did the Lords of Dust chain. And we did all of Cogs. And we did all of Sharn. So I think we're going to go turn in Sagas. And then see where we are. Because we might not be that close to cap now, but maybe after our Saga turn-ins we will be. And I forget if we've turned in our other Sagas either. Now this life we didn't do Myth Draenor. Oh hey, we're not lagging anymore, so that's nice. Okay, so that's the 2 Sharn Sagas. We did do Giant Hold though, so we'll go turn in Giant Hold. And I think that's it as far as sagas are concerned. Like, we didn't do a bunch of Evening Star stuff. We just did Lords of Dust. or the Lords of Dust chain, but not something like Druids or... Alright, well we did Wayloon, so that counts for those sagas as well. But it is insufficient. It is not enough. Right. Take me to Giant Hold. To turn in a saga. And then I think we're going to need, what, 2 ranks-ish? One and a half. Alright, where do we want to head for 1.5? We could do Sharn Docks, we could do some Vecna stuff if we wanted to. Let's take a look at our options, shall we? Also, let's see what else is got people actually going. So we've got some people that have been in High Road for a while, so they're going to finish up. We've got Sharn Welcome, and then we've got recruitment and trade stuff. So am I going to 30? Yes, this is a iconic. We are the Chaos Mancer, so the Wild Mage iconic. And therefore, it's, yeah, I have to go to 30. You swear the lag is a memory issue because when it's worse, I log out and in again and it seems to clear. So if that were the case, and it was a client-side memory issue, then it should hit for different people at different times. But since the whole party seems to hit it at the same time, then it's got to be server-side, right? I can't see everyone's local PC memory hitting the same bottleneck at the same time. Now, from their posts, they have said that it's a memory issue. Specifically, they've said it's an issue with garbage collection. But that's server side, so I don't know why that would be affected by logging out and in again. Alright, so no groups are up that we want to hit, so we are going to make our own group as soon as we decide what we want to hit. Well, we have Vale, and we don't want to hit Vale. And by we, I mean I, personally, just dislike the Vale quests, so we're not doing it. We have the Morgrave University 16s. Some of those are fine, some of those are less fine. And then we've got Druids, we've got Sharn Docks. But I have seen other guildies complain about lags when I haven't experienced another way around. Yes, so from what I've understood from their posts, it is usually when a spike happens, it happens on a zone, basically. So you might be... So your dungeon you're in, if they hit a garbage collection spike, it's going to hit everyone in that dungeon. But it won't hit every other guildies in a different dungeon at the same time. Maybe it'll hit them later. That's my current understanding of it. So it's not like the whole server, because... And this goes into something about basically how server architecture works these days. Almost no game these days is just running on a server. And another good example of this is the chat server in DDO. You can be solidly lag locked for 5 minutes and chatting with your party in chat because the entire chat interface operates from a different server. So it's not affected. And this is something that happens for basically any online game, and particularly MMOs, where they have things like sharding and things of that nature, where they can split up different parts of the game to run on different servers. And you could even see this when WoW released. WoW did this long time ago, like back around the same time DDO was released, where if they had a server crash, you would see, like, if you're not familiar with WoW, or at least classic WoW, there were 2 continents. There was an eastern continent and a western continent. And sometimes when the world server crashed, you would know it because, like, half of your guild, like, guild chat would fill with, like, A, B, C, D, E, F, like, all, like, went offline, like, logged out. But what that actually meant was the world server for the other continent crashed. Not the one you were on, but the other one. So, which goes to say, yes, it's not hitting the entire game world at the same time, but it does hit full servers at one time, which is why you see everyone in the same quest lags at the same time. But as you pointed out, maybe people in your guild won't get hit at the same time because they're somewhere else in the game world, and that one is working fine at the moment. But yeah, so that's just a little history there on on server architecture. I am not an expert in this field, but there are certain things that have been public for a long time, and that is one of them. But let's see. We can go to... screw it. We'll go to some of the more grave ones that I like. I don't need to do full chains at this point, since we only need 100,000, I think. I think we need... Cap's at 3.8 million, and I'm at 3.7. Why did I come here? This isn't going to get me to more grave. Well, we can spend points, at least. Put that there. More crit damage. Okay. So I hope that kind of made sense and I wasn't just rambling too much about it. But the really basic part of it is there isn't a DDO server for the server. There's a chat server and there's the servers that run different quests and whatnot. They all get kind of split up and they don't all lag at the same time. It'd be easier to figure things out if they all lagged at the same time. Then it would probably be, I don't know, something in their network stack, something in their load balancer. Again, this is a hardware and network infrastructure is not my specialty. I'm on the software side of things, and I'm not even in game development. So I'm on the software side of things for a completely different industry. And I don't have to deal with this sort of like real-time multiplayer performance issues. I have to deal with other sorts of issues. We'll go to this one. We'll do some of the Grip of the Hidden Hand quests. See how many we have to do. Which one are you? Army of Eternal Night? Yeah, I'm down for that one. We're going to go back to R1, though, because I don't know these as well. This might be a bad idea because there's going to be skeletons, and I think there's a good chance that some of them are cold immune. But I must say, log on again cleared several times now. Still irritating, but better than being locked down. Yeah, that's one of those things that doesn't make sense. Especially because, as I mentioned, if it were local, then it shouldn't hit everyone who's in the same quest at the same time. Now, obviously, this is one of those cases where sometimes the problem was time, in that the lag spike is going to get you hard locked for 2 minutes. And so you sit there and you're locked for a minute, and then you log out, and logging out and logging back in takes 1 minute. So in total, 2 minutes. Lag spike's over. Or it could be some weird client-server interaction thing where relogging does affect how they're talking to each other and does actually have an impact on it. I don't know the exact details of how they're working, but I will say if it were fully client-side, then you wouldn't see everyone in the same quest getting hit at the same time. Because that's not how local problems work. It can be caused by individual game requirements on the server for other users clogging up resources for others. I don't know enough about their internal implementation to speak to that either way. That, on its face, doesn't make sense to me. But, again, as I've mentioned, this is not my area of expertise. So there might be something in how the code works that keeps everyone's stuff in sync, that if one person gets out of sync, it drags other people down. That might definitely be a thing. I can neither really confirm or deny that, because that is outside of my field of expertise.
Many trees have been felled. Presumably, to make the freshly built galaxy.
That's Carnage Reaper. I thought I was lagging, but I was not lagging. I was just experiencing the joys of being a Chaos Mancer and being frozen in stone.
Seal off the path. Before you can try one, skeletons crawl their way out.
Are we done yet? Thank you.
The gates are no longer an obstacle.
But yes, as predicted, there is a slight problem in that these guys are immune to cold, and I can't bypass it. Fortunately, the person who has joined me appears to be a cold alchemist, and you know what alchemists get at 12? The ability to bypass immunity or strip immunities. So he might be stripping the immunities for me, which is nice. See, oh, this is just the shrine side of things. It's funny though, when people on the forums Discord vehemently speak about DDO's internal architecture or code like they know what they're talking about. Given how old the code base is, I would be surprised if half of the SSG representatives really know how the code works. I know that there are times at work when I'm looking at our code and I don't know how our code works because, you know, sometimes stuff was written a long time ago by someone who doesn't work there anymore, and you just gotta try to figure it out as best you can.
The cell door opens. The hidden hand prisoners make a break for freedom. With the lever pulled,
And that's true across the industry. Let's say you're fortunate playing tankier in this laggy world. Yeah, there's a really good argument to be made to play something like an Aura Warlock, where not only are you tanky, but you will kill things while lagging. And not dying. So
the quell rises with a pitiful wail of rage and despair.
unlike me, who is, you know,
Dissipates
not killing things.
and cry. The undead have turned this corner of the island.
Manor Hall is unsealed. Manor Hall is to our right, I believe.
Barrier sealing off the manor fades away.
Maybe it's that I'm European and on an American server. Should be laggier for me than those closer to server. That is a different kind of lag. Actually, I'm sorry I missed that message earlier. But there is latency, which is what you'll get when you're going across the pond, as it were, which is just that messages take longer. But that shouldn't affect things like, oh, the whole server locks up. That's not going to be that. Or Warlock is your favorite, but currently Pally Life. Hey, Paladin's solid. Paladin's been solid. In fact, it's one of the things that I recommend to new players because it's fairly straightforward and fairly tanky and all those things. Just like, what do? Well, you get a great sword and you beat stuff with it. And that's what you do. And you have some self-sustain from lay on hands and all that sort of thing. All right, we're going to click this ad button real quick. We run 3 minutes of ads per hour to make pre-rolls not be a thing. Normally, we would pause the game if we're on a single-player game or if we're soloing, but since we are in a party, we're not going to make our other party members wait for us. If you're wondering what pre-rolls are, they're those things that when you click on a stream, you immediately get hit with a lag. Or get hit with a lag. Yeah, shows where my mind's at. Get hit with an ad, but Twitch dangles a carrot for us that says, if you do 3 minutes of ads per hour, we won't do that to you. And so I do. So I will see you in 3 minutes. And yes, use Sword of Shadows, definitely. But okay, we are going to move forward because we have a party, even though there are ads running. But which ones do we want? I'm skipping order in the court. Alright. Growing pains. I don't like doing this whole chain. Like, there are some that are fine, there are some that are less fine. And Order of the Court falls strictly and squarely into the less fine. It's a pain. It's one of those that I think even if I learned it, it would still be a pain. Because there are some things like the Crucible, which are a pain, or the Pit, which are a pain until you learn them. And then sometimes there are things that are a pain even after you've learned them. You're fortunate enough to have a Mythic 4 Sword of Shadows as well. That is pretty fortunate. I think mine is just normal, which, you know, is more than good enough. Sword of Shadows doesn't need a lot of sprucing up. It's a nice bonus, but, you know, it's one of those things that you never really think. It's like, oh man, I only have the standard Sword of Shadows, not the Ultra Mega Sword of Shadows. I guess you could be... I guess there are people out there who might think that way, but at that point it's just like, they're not quite playing the same game that I am if they're optimizing to that level. Particularly if they're optimizing to that level during heroic leveling. I could definitely see doing that optimization for, say, endgame stuff. But if we're talking about leveling with Sword of Shadows, nah, not really a thing. Augmented with Ghostbane as well. Not needed on Polylives. Yeah. That might be what I have augmented in mine as well. I don't actually remember. But, you know. And retired. That's okay. We carry scrolls so we can heal that. Oh, I want to correct the record on something I have said in the past regarding Wild Mage surges. Specifically, the one where you get struck with the big lightning bolt. And I said that you can use Spell Absorb on it. That is half true. You can use Spell Absorb to prevent the debuff. Like the... Not the one for the lightning itself, but if you see the icon over your head of Very Bad Surge, you can put it on then. But once the cloud is above your head, Spell Absorb will not catch the lightning bolt for you. So it will catch the debuff that puts the cloud above your head, but not the lightning bolt if you already have the cloud. So I had it a little bit incorrect. You love tank raids as Warlock? So you, were you inspired by Voodoo for that, since he's had videos on that for, I don't know, a decade or more? Or is this something you came to naturally and are simply a kindred spirit on the Warlock tank train? Because I found it... And one reason I asked that is, funnily enough, like, as I was doing this life, I started this life like shortly before StreamTom put out a video on this exact thing, which is the going cold Sork with the Iconic. And I'm just sitting here like, I rolled this character like 2 weeks before that video came out. It's just that I haven't played much due to lag, and now I'm on it. Played before you ever saw him? Yeah, doesn't surprise me. Sometimes things are just a good idea, and people come to them separately. But yes, I've also enjoyed Aura Warlock lives. Although I am much more likely to play like a Cone Blaster than Aura Warlock these days.
Found the Eye of Lamania, but its guardians rise to prevent you from taking it.
Walk into the area, please. Thank you. Okay, a little bit of lag there. Posted a picture in your Discord of the airship above the portal. Let me look at that briefly.
Able to retrieve the Eye of Lamania.
Oh, interesting. It's carved onto the tree above it. Neat. Grab the eye. 23k.
In the area, perhaps this huge tree, gigantic animals, will eventually return to their home plane.
Hello, Aviator. Welcome in. Long time no see. Yeah, it's been a bit since I've seen you as well. Maybe because I haven't been doing quite so many DDO streams. I've been doing other things. And welcome in Tavern Tales with your large party of 34. Oh, and the person who we were just partied with left after that quest, so we have a moment. Oh, and a double raid coming from you, Sky, as well. Apparently, I'm just getting all of the DDO viewers today. Oh, never mind. 3 times. I'm assuming because you, Sky, and Neutral Agent, you guys were together? I think I've seen you two playing together and streaming together before. By the way, you have a Pally Tanker level 32 on Thrain as well. We know where the party is at, apparently. So you are interviewing one of the developers or someone from the SSG tonight, aren't you, Tavern Tales? I believe I think I saw you post something about that. How did the interview go? But yes, to everyone who just came in with the triple raid, no one else will play with them, so they play together. That is sadly true. It happens to some of us sometimes. But yes, welcome in. I go by Trying. I used to stream mostly DDO. I have gone with a little bit more variety while waiting for some lag fixes to come in. But Thursday is DDO day, so that is where we are today. Canadians stick together? Canadians. I have heard that. But yes, today we are on this. Tomorrow we're heading into their backlog to check out Fear, an older first-person shooter horror thing, and we've been going through Warframe story stuff on Tuesdays. It's been a good time, but we've been relatively lucky. We've only died to lag once tonight. Oh no. Feel free to raid and run. It burns a lot of energy staring into the lights and having to interview and entertain people, but thank you for trusting your people with me once again. I'll see if I can take good care of them and be, reasonably entertaining. And we'll see what we go. Also, thank you, Sky, for the follow, and Mustang 50 liter for the 100 bits. I don't know a lot about engines. I'm pretty sure 50 liters is too large for an engine. Like, even big block Hemis and all are measured in cubic centimeters, and there's 1,000 cubic centimeters per liter, and I don't think I've ever heard of a 50,000 cc engine. That could just be my ignorance, though. And yes, thank you for the follow as well, Neutral Agent.
The remaining eyes are somewhere nearby.
But yes. Of course, if you are not just the streamers, but the viewers as well, if you are sick to death of streams in general this evening and would like to raid and run, or all of those other things that you might have not been doing since you were just so entertained by the previous content and the interviews and all that, and you need to go get some sleep and all of that stuff, then feel free to do so. You are, of course, not compelled to hang out, although I do appreciate you if you do. Also, thank you, Osmandius, for the follow, and of course, thank you, Aviator, for resubscribing with your Prime sub. That is 6 months. 6 months you've been subscribed. I appreciate it. And we'll see if I can remember how to do this quest. It's been a bit. Ever since the Myth Draenor came out and I started adding it to my leveling rotation, I kind of skip all of this stuff because obviously, why would I hit this when I'm overcapped? So. Are Canadian sticky? They might be sticky.
One of the unstoppable guardians who hunt anyone.
Should we do these optionals? What am I? I am a sorcerer. I don't have religious lore. I mean, you do have maple syrup, yes. A 50,000 cc engine would be wild. I think we're in the realm of ships at that point. I think we're like... That's the sort of thing that you would find, like, running maybe an aircraft carrier or something. If they weren't nuclear powered, maybe that's the size of engine that that sort of thing would have. But you're not dealing with any sort of civilian level tech at that point. Or at least nothing of that sort of size. We're not at car size or even tank size. 50,000 cc's, I think you're getting into ship size. And now I'm just envisioning someone like pulling up in an aircraft carrier and like revving it and being like, "Hey, it's a Hemi." That was a whole set of ads, I think, for, I want to say Ford or maybe Chevy. One of the American automakers where there was like, the guy is like, "It's got a Hemi." And that was like their whole thing. Submersibles? No, I said ships. Submersibles are boats. I don't know much, but that is one thing I know. But also, yes, welcome in Aliquane. Not Aqualane. Aliquane.
To your surprise,
Oh, right. We get to swim. Turn on swim mode. Cargo ships have like 38-inch bore cylinders with 100,000 horsepower and weigh about 20,000 tons. Almost as much as your mom. Sorry. I think that's a required joke. Now, where were we? So, yeah. But I don't really know the conversion rate between horsepower and cubic centimeters. I also don't know how many horsepower a Kelpie is. Let's see. There's this desk over here that I don't remember doing anything. Ah, yes. Optional note to be read. Okay. Apparently mom jokes are within scope. Almost as classic as these nuts. I'm pretty sure that your mom jokes predate these nuts by decades. I could be wrong on that. But one of them was around when I was growing up and the other wasn't. Let's put this up so we don't take quite so much acid damage. Wait. Oh, I was like, wait, did I get rooted again by my wild surge? And the answer is no. No, that one was lag. But yes, I am not familiar with the stats on things. So, but the thing is, when you first said cargo ships have 38-inch, I was thinking like merchant marine, Oh, even the cargo ships have got 38-inch guns, which would be even more wild, actually. Oh, well, let's see if we can't unlag ourselves and get back on this platform.
Leap forth.
Google found this Wärtsilä RT Flex 96C turbocharged diesel engine, 25.5 thousand liters for cargo ships. That is a lot of cubic centimeters.
Little story to an abrupt end.
So I'm trying to imagine like the size, and I don't have a good size block. So let's see. So 2-liter soda bottle. So about 12 to 13,000 big soda bottles all stacked together. And that's not just the size of the thing. That's just the displacement of it within the cylinders. The whole block is even bigger than that. So once you get to that level, I just can't really wrap my mind around it anymore. Like, I can't envision it. Like, I can kind of see what some things would look like if I hear it's like, all right, so that's going to look about like this. But but 25,000 liter engine is, seems like a lot. What do you mean immune? I just cast the anti-immunity thing on him. How about that? Is he immune to that? How about this? Is he immune to this? No? How about we strip immunity and then cast something? Alright. There we go. Harder stripping of immunity. So that's like 160 bathtubs. 45 feet tall and 87 feet long. Okay. So if we do some quick math on that, that is approximately 40 by 100, which is 4,000, which is approximately 3 times the size of my house.
Bites your skin. Ice coats the floor.
So, that's a big boy. It is a little annoying to be fighting frost things as a frost-based caster without easy, Hi. Would you like to give me the... Thank you. Without easy stripping, but... Yeah, that is a ridiculously large engine. But then again, if you're moving ships, ships are huge. And you'd think you understand that from seeing pictures of them, but I have gone to like museum things at points where they have like a retired aircraft carrier or destroyer or something. I forget which one I went to, so I forget which kind of ship it was. And you just walk in, and you're sitting on the dock, and you're looking up at the thing, and up, and up, and up, and up, and it's just like, wow. That's huge. Which is a reaction I get often, but not usually from as many people as I would like. I forget that this group respawns after you open the doors. That's what she said. As I said, sometimes, but not always. Sometimes it's just someone looking up to you. I think a funnier example of that is I once had someone argue with me about my own height, and not in the direction you'd think.
Stand sentinel.
They were arguing
The entrance.
that I was taller than I said. Now, normally how this goes is,
Guardian opens the door to
I'm 6'2". No, you're not. You're 5'11", at most. In this case, I was like, no, I'm exactly 6 feet. And they're like, no, you gotta be at least like 6'1", 6'2", 6'3". It's just like, no. Your problem is you only talk to people who are internet 6 foot tall, Or they are legitimately measured 6 feet tall, but they have terrible posture, so you don't know what it actually looks like. You're 6'6"? Yeah, so you've got a lot of people looking up to you. But no. I am just like normal tall, not like tall. I think 6'6" is getting into tall, because that's basically just with how bell curves work. Like every extra inch, you get into like much smaller and smaller percentages of the population. Not really, because you're mostly sitting in your wheelchair. Well, that does put a damper on the tallness. That said, you can still be impressively lanky regardless of your seated, we'll say, situation. That is something I have loved about the about Cold, just especially this last level when I got Iceberg. It's like, oh look, a boss. Oh look, no more boss. Just two-shot him between Polar Ray and Iceberg. And of course, at Cap, we'll have 2 Icebergs, probably. I am probably going to go for the double Iceberg, getting the other one out of an Epic Destiny. Alright, we need 1 more quest, I think, and we'll be capped. Hello, Fearing. Thank you for the boop. Three paths to battle. This one is much better as a group, but we'll do it solo. Still reach higher than your wife when she lived sitting. That would have been quite the height difference. I was going to say, like, when you weren't in the wheelchair, except I don't know if you were, if this was something that developed later in life, or if it was something that was, like a from birth thing. But either way, that is still some impressive height, and some impressive reach. And it's kind of cool that you could still fit that sort of dynamic. So it's like, I may be in a wheelchair, but I'm still getting things off the top shelf for you. Kind of cute, really. Also, my condolences on your wife, though I don't know exactly how old she is. I lost a great aunt not too long ago, but it wasn't very sad because, you know, she was in her upper 90s. So it's less shocking and less of like, oh, what a terrible loss when they've had such a long, good life. She was 5'3". I believe that is Sir Mix-a-Lot's preferred height for if they have certain dimensions. But again, this is not a topic that I am an expert on. She died at 53. Oh, that's kind of early. So that's unfortunate. I'm sorry to hear that. But hopefully she took the other guy down with her. Oh. Okay, not quite like with the Explosion of Purple, but maybe Explosion of Purple was her preferred medium of combat as well. Cancer? Yeah. My dad actually died of cancer, and I believe a similar age. I was young enough that I was not really paying that much attention to his age, but I believe it was close to that. His was, what is it? Liver from unknown primary. So we don't know where exactly it started, but the liver is what got it. This was a while back, though. I was still in middle school at the time, and I'm very much not in middle school anymore. Also, that's an interesting interaction. Being put on the ice, so I slide and I can't jump, and there's a little lip there, so I can't get out of it. In her case, it was stomach cancer. Ah, I see. Hello, would you like to be weak to ice? Oh, I didn't one-shot him. How disappointing. Oh, you got turned into a rat. Turning into a rat for a battle is not the best. Fuck cancer, yeah. If only cancer were like one thing. I've been led to believe cancer is not so much something as it is a whole collection of loosely related things. So, sadly, there isn't going to be a cure for cancer as a whole. There will only be a cure for certain kinds of cancer, or certain, like cancer in certain organs, or cancers that form certain ways, or things of that nature. But I hear there's been a decent amount of progress made on some of that, so there is good news.
They need to first close the portals and confront the devil's command.
Alright, is this something I have to kill them all to open? I do have to kill them all to open this, which is annoying when there are multiple 1/3 that are immune to frost. Okay. Okay. Got him. Is that enough? No? Did I miss one? Is one immune over here? And cancer is known to mutate? Well, yes. Mutation is kind of cancer's whole thing. Drop a boulder on your head. Casual 8K. Okay, that's a lot of Reapers. And we're out of phase, so we can't do anything to them at the moment. Was that what we wanted? No, we need to go this way.
This courtyard has been ravaged by the devil's attack.
But yeah, cancer is rough. There's a lot of bad things around. And cancer is one of them. Not the only one, but it is the one we're discussing at the moment, and it sucks. Oh, look. Right, we're lagging. We're lagging. Let's do this so that we don't die during our lagging. Immune, of course. You get special attention. There we go. Special attention successful. We are burning through a significant amount of mana. So... Oh look, you have 5,000 health? No, you don't. Alright, there we go. But yes, that's when the mutation is, of course, part of the story from the thing I mentioned earlier with the unknown primary. Is that what got him was the liver part, but it didn't start in the liver. It started somewhere else. Thus the unknown primary.
The sigil glows brightly. Attuning to the celestial ward will help you gain
I should probably have found a shrine or something, because right now we're a little bit low on spell points. Obviously we could cheese that a bit, because I believe this bug slash feature is still in the game where when you go through a portal, you regenerate health and mana equal to how much you gain in Reaper points. It's way more effective on health because essentially you get a lot more health than you get mana for being in. Fear itself. Where's the Fear Reaper? Let us find ourselves a Fear Reaper. There it is. And there it goes.
Then the protections around the devil's sigil sputter and fade. The sigil glows keenly.
Alright, and we get a remnant chest too.
It should help you retrieve the Eye of Shavarath. Now that you've attuned to all 3 wards, the Eye of Shavarath awaits you.
But yes, it's...
After attuning to all 3 of the wards, the protections for the Eye of Shavarath fade.
Alright, and we made it.
Take the eye.
We are now capped.
Retrieve the Eye of Shavarath. Perhaps it's better. if
Hooray! So now we need to figure out what to do with our epic trees.
there's one more source of conflict on the plane of battle.
Thank you. I do love the guild name Surprise Pikachu. Surprise Pikachu is an excellent name. It's a very good meme. Hello, Fryling. Welcome. Did you come in with one of our raids this evening, or have you simply been wondering why there are 30-something people here? We have just hit level 20, so we're going to see what we can do about figuring out what we want for our epics. Saw that you were playing DDO. Yes, it is Thursday, so we are on DDO. And we have had a couple lag spikes, 1 lag death, but overall, it's been stable enough that we haven't had to bail and go to our backup plan. Right, so we want sorcerer levels. Bluff, concentration, spellcraft, swim, and UMD. Even though I have enough UMD for res scrolls, so I don't really need more. Step 1, have immunity stripping from elemental form. Yes. Yes, that is going to be important. Alright, so we'll grab mass hold, because I feel like not having mass hold is kind of troll. And irresistible dance is good. Sunburst is also good. We'll go irresistible dance. Even though Sunburst is really good for things like the Sharn raids. More charisma, of course. Max these. Wait, do I have any other class skills, or do I just get stuck with a half rank? I did not plan things completely correctly, so I get stuck with a half rank. Unless I drop 1 out of bluff, so I can get 1 swim. Very important. Needs the swim. And... so we could get Thunderstroke for just going all in on, hi, I'm going to AoE everything, or hi, I'm going to nuke this one thing. But I think I can grab Acid Well just to have a backup AoE. Is swim like tumble? I never put any yet. So swim just makes you swim faster. That's all it is. There's really nothing else I want, so it's kind of what I default to. Because I find it interesting and or fun. But let's see. We need to put 4 more points and then this. So the actual answer... is to actually reset this tree. Michael Phelps! Yes, indeed. Now, and unlike jump, swim doesn't have a cap. Or I think there was someone in here who said they experimented with it, and it does have a cap, but it's ridiculously high. It's like 200 or something. Alright, so we are definitely going to want... resist bypass. We do want maximize cost reduction. No, that's enlarge. There's maximize. More crits, more crits, more of these, more crit. Alright, so now we need 3 more. So we can either get Charisma, which is probably the correct decision. Or we can go somewhere else. And we'll go for Charisma. More Charisma. We'll grab this. If we skip all of our SLAs, the question is, which T5s do I want? Because these T5s are not very good. Like, okay, we get 1 to DCs, and we get cold damage. Okay, like we can do this, and then we can... Okay, so what we're going to do for right now, like, we know we want enough points for this. We're going to accept this as it is. We're going to reset this tree. The Savant trees need a rework. The best part is strength builds don't need a ton of swim investment. That's true. Trek cap is like 220. Cold Druid has like 210 swim. Yes. Can swim faster than run? Oh, yeah. Yeah, swimming goes actually very fast. I have an unlisted YouTube video at some point that I uploaded just to... Oh, thank you for the follow, JMK1968, or 65, rather. Because someone's like, no, it's caps at like 40, like jump. And I was like, nope. Now I have to go on a character and have like 40 swim and then like 100 swim. And I'm just going to split screen it so you can see that they don't run at the same speed. Oh, thank you for the follow, King Super Smacks. Yeah, so we're going to reset this tree. All right. We're going to go for Charisma over here. Charisma over here. We're going to grab that. We'll grab Wild Strike. Bend Luck. Yeah, we'll grab these T5s. And then, let's see. So we can tumble and swim. We were just talking about swim. No longer able to drown. This is, you know, Savant trees need a rework. Why no Savant 41 for bypass? I'm getting it. Yes, I am getting Savant 41 for bypass. I was just checking if I wanted to go T5 here or T5 here, and I do want these. So the reason that this is extra dumb is that your elemental form makes you immune to drowning anyway. Metamagics is the best option here? Yeah, that's pretty much what I was leaning towards too, because there's almost nothing else on the page even. There's Spell Pen, there's Swim and Tumble, there's SLAs that aren't good, and there's Metamagics. So we're going to put 1 point into, let's see, Empower. And then that's 41 points there. 35 points here. Now we have 6 points left. 2 of them are universal, so 2 have to go into a universal tree. So you should go 31, 41 Savant, 31, and then 9 Feydark. Yeah, that's probably a good split too. Like, I'm getting Feydark for a couple reasons. Let's see. I don't really need these, but then again, I don't really need anything at this level. Or at this point. So I guess we go max spell points and one of these. And then I only have 1 point left, so I can't get actually the good stuff. Now, I could get it if I took points out of these. Like, forget about my MRR cap. Forget the random DC stuff. Forget Bend Luck. Like, if I just go with no T5s at all, and only go 31 there, But yeah, T5 Wild Mage and 41 Savant. Yeah, that's what I did last life as well. It's just I did a Fire Savant instead. So we're going to accept that for now. I'm trying to think. So this is 1. That's also 1. That's also 1. That's also 1. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so if I want to take points out of Wild Mage, I have to take points out of... Let's be up to the T5s, because this is 1 to max caster level. This is better than all of those. So if I wanted, say, permanent shield, then I have to sack MRR cap. Or I have to sack... If I want permanent blur, I need to sack bend luck. Because each of these costs 2. MRR cap is probably the one to drop. If nothing else, it is the correct one to drop right now, because I'm not going to have over 50 MRR while I'm leveling anyway. Why not T5 Water Savant? I find the whole thing very uncompelling. It's like, alright, so I can get 1 to evocation DCs, and I can get this. Now, don't get me wrong. Against bosses with significant health, this is quite good. But I'm still going to be leveling, and I don't think I'm going to be running into anything that is high enough health that this matters that much. Like, if I were at cap and raiding, there is a very, very good argument that this is worth it. Just for the debuff. But I think I'm just going to be content with this for right now. It's good enough for leveling. So where are we? Okay. As far as stances go. Water Elemental. We do need to turn our Feywild back on. We'll put Wild Strike here. Because we have that now. We get to turn our Meta Magics on for it. Go. This goes away. This goes away. We don't have those anymore. We don't have that anymore. Like, losing the color spray is probably the thing I'm going to miss the most in the near term. But let's see what we can do about resolving that issue. Okay, so let's just check some things first. We have Primal. We have... Where is it? It's not Shadow Dancer. It's not Fate Singer. Magus. There it is. You get Greater Color Spray in the Wild Mage spellbook. Did I take it? I might have taken it. I have Prismatic Spray, but I don't think I picked up Greater Color Spray, which is probably a mistake on my part. I probably thought, oh, well, I get it from my enhancement, so I don't need it. And I probably need it. So let's see. These 3 could be good, but what is the other option? The other option here could be... No, I don't think there's going to be another option. I think these are it. Like, we could do Macro Technic for the lightning side of things. We could go... Yeah, no. I think this is pretty much it. You have Mass Hold, so it doesn't really matter. Greater Color Spray, especially the SLA, is incredibly cheap and fast. Exalted Angel for heals and wings. Exalted Angel is a decent shot. Of course, we don't get wings yet, so... there is that. Alright, let's start off with, what mantle am I even going to use? What is this? Well... Okay, this is AoE damage near me. We're not going to bother with that mantle. Maybe it gets better later on with the later improvements, but not. Draconic is going to be my default, although maybe I want Primal, but probably Draconic. Right, this gets the utility of dispelling things. You gain spell resistance, magic resist rating, and magic resist rating cap equal to 3 times the number of meta magic feats you've acquired. This includes meta magic feats that are permanently enabled without costing additional spell points. Interesting. I've like not done Magus, so yeah. How many meta magic feats do I even have? Like 3 or 4? It might just be the 3. Yeah, it's 3. Primal Mantle, Epic Strike from Magus? Really? I mean, the Epic Strike is a single target, isn't it? I'm still leveling. I still want some sort of AoE is the thing. So I was considering I was going to pick up more, but we're going to go here. Definitely going to grab... Let's see. Electric Cold Sonic. Yes, that's the one. Moonlance is stupid strong? Really? I mean, obviously for single target, but how much single targeting am I going to be doing? Then again, I remember Stormcatcher being a bitch to aim. But we also get to get Thunder Snow. So Thunder Snow is going to be something nice. What is this mantle again? They can only proc every 5 seconds, tracked separately. Right. 1d6 plus 6 as the same type spell use. Stormcatcher isn't a requirement for Thunder Snow anymore. Yeah, I know. This old Swede better get a few hours of sweep in. Yes. Thanks for stopping by, Ozymandias. Thanks for the follow and everything. And I'll hope to catch you later. But this is just Thrive, right? Yeah. So, yeah, I don't need Stormcatcher, but I'm also... There's nothing too great here. Like, obviously, I could get my... Which one is cold again? Sonic, Fire, Frog? Frog. So, yeah, I can do that. Obviously, this is very cheap. 2 Charisma for basically free. And then this is every 5 seconds, you get a 1d6 plus 6 Blast of Cold. As opposed to this one, which is 1d6 plus 6. So it's the same cooldown, but this one is better. But Magus is, or Draconic is better once it becomes the dot. But we don't get the dot yet. So we're going to put that there. We're going to get Magus. We'll get a single target strike. And let's see. What else do we have? We'll go for the third stack, gives us power. I really don't care about the threat generation right now. I will later on, but not right now. Let's see. Draconic Mantle is better when you don't have single target damage, but Ice Sork has tons of single target. That is true. It does have tons of single target. I have no idea which of these is best. I think Lich. Well, Lich is probably negative. We'll go with Lich. We also get a Cold Zone. None. Summons suck. Summons always have sucked, though. That's not news. And then Fear Spell DCs. Alright, and here we want Ice. Let's see, Shadow, Cold. And then we get Spellcraft. We get Take the Spell Power. Yeah, I did take the Spell Power. It's right here. Or does another one also give Spell Power? No? No Spell Power. Yes. Let's see. Fear Spell's actually decent if you have Phantasmal Killer. I do not. And we'll come in here to get Energy Resist Bypass. Or we'll grab this instead of... We'll grab a Dragon Breath for an AoE option. But let's see. So we got our mantle. Put our mantle over here. So we have Thunder Snow, which we get to turn all of our meta magics on for. We'll take White Dragon Breath. We'll put that... We'll actually swap it for this, just to test things out. And then we're going to go test some things out, obviously. Okay, always on. We will take Moonlance. We'll put that out here. We will also, of course, put Reju Cocoon on our bars. It'll be nice to actually have self-healing. Clicking that. Let's see. Oh, and we need Cold Light of the Moon. So, let's see. I don't use these much. Create a lingering alien with me. Okay, so we've also got this, which doesn't do that much yet. Cold Light is bad. I thought the whole point was that you upgrade it in order to get the extra stuff to it. For, like, the incorporeality. Like, obviously the damage is basically useless. Anything that's only ticking every 2 seconds. It's just... why? You think it's worse in raids? Interesting. We have disagreement within the chat. So we're going to go test some stuff out in Epic Lords of Dust. Because that's kind of my go-to for I just hit 20. Oh, wait. We should probably check and see if we have gear in the bank that'll help us now that we're level 20. I don't know if we do, but it's worth a look. Show me level 20 to 21 gear. Thank you. Alright, we can swap our boots if we think that we should. If we think dropping the damage resistance is worth it. I played multiple times as melee because I couldn't see a circle as there were too many ground effects. Ah, interesting. Yeah, I can see how the argument that the noise is the problem. Not so much the effects of the spell not being worth it, but that you can't see anything while it's there. Okay. So, we are going to grab our ring and belt of Crystal and Vanity. We can't wear them yet because they're level 21, but we'll grab them anyway. We will put on our Epic Voice. We can grab an Epic Fjarlin Mirror Cloak, but we don't really care about that. We can drop our DR15 in favor of constant freedom of movement. I think we're just going to put that as a swap for now. We don't want to swap our goggles because that's our set bonus. Yeah. I don't have anything really waiting for me here. Obviously, I can go get a... What's Radiance? And Resplendent Fury. Okay. I'm barely using Radiant spells. I'm using almost all Frost. We're going to head to keep on the Borderlands and get Borderlands sticks for this stuff. Like, I'm using Wild Strike, but that's like it. Where the hell is my cold? Ah, my cold is coming from my Silver Necklace of Prophecy. That's where it's coming from. Which is a little outdated at this point. So, let's head to keep on the Borderlands and see what we can't do about getting ourselves a little bit more spell power. Just a tad, just a skosh. So, take me to Gatekeeper's Grove. And from Gatekeeper's Grove, we can get to Keep on the Borderlands. A nice Elder's Focus set is worth an Epics. I have crafted the legendary version, but not crafted the epic version. Also, thank you for the follow, Slashing Axes. So, yes. Unfortunately, I mentioned this earlier, but I don't remember if it was before raid or after raid, is because I was kind of away from DDO due to all the lag, I didn't transfer any of my bank characters. So, for the foreseeable future, I have only the gear that was on my main or in my reincarnation stash on my main. So, while I do have copies of Elder Focus things that I could bring up to Epic, they're not on this server. They're still back on Cannith. So, that was a big misstep on my part. Alright, Glaciation. Give me Glaciation. Give me Magnetism. And let's see, what else we got? Because Thunder Snow does both, right? Freezing Hail. Alright, cold damage. And lightning, yes. Okay, so let's check our spell power, shall we? So, they are terrible right now. So, Chaos is 400, and then 38 crit. And then Cold is 440. And now, we lost 30-ish Chaos spell power, well, 40-ish, but we gained about 60 cold. We also lost all of our crit on Chaos. But the only Chaos spell that we're going to have in rotation really is Wild Strike. And yeah, we don't really care about it that much anymore. So yeah, we don't care. We care about raising the other stuff. Okay, yeah. I guess we don't test it on Lords of Dust. We can test it here. But it looks like Twitch is telling me we're about to have an ad break. So I run the minimum amount of ads required to make it so there aren't pre-rolls. If you don't know what pre-rolls are, they're these things that when you click on a stream and you immediately get an ad before you even get to see what the person is doing or who they are or anything about that, that's called a pre-roll. And they suck and everyone hates them. And Twitch knows this. So they stick you with them and then they dangle this carrot that says, if you run 3 minutes of ads per hour, we won't put pre-rolls on your stream anymore. And so that's what I do. You're required to run 3 minutes to get rid of them, so I run 3 minutes to get rid of them. And we are coming up on that time. So, because we're not in party, what we're going to do is, for these 3 minutes, you're not going to miss anything. We're going to stand up, we're going to stretch, we're going to go refill our drink, we're going to grab a snack. I encourage everyone to do the same. I know that the DDO player base is on average older than other player bases because it's an old game. So let's all avoid deep vein thrombosis and blood clots altogether and save our eyes a little bit, stand up, move around, and not stare at screens for 3 minutes, and I'll see you on the other side. Alright, we've returned. I hope everyone had a good snack or drink or whatever it is you're up to. We're gonna go... It's been a while since I've gone Epic Keep on the Borderlands, so we're just gonna mess around, see how our build fares in there, see if we've forgotten anything super important. But, yes... I don't know exactly how it's going to go. It is going to be very nice to have autoimmune stripping. Well, not autoimmune stripping. Autoimmune stripping is actually a side gig of a bunch of diabetics trying to pay their way through college. That, of course, is type 1 diabetics. That's the autoimmune side of things. If you're type 2, that's not an autoimmune disorder. It's... I actually don't know the details on it. It's the one that's more considered a lifestyle-based thing, but I think there's also other causes for it as well. Like many diseases, it's a combination thing. It's like you've got some genetic piece, you've got some lifestyle piece, you got some you got a lucky piece. But yes, the good news is that the Keep on the Borderlands quests are so fast and so short that we can just turn on all of our meta magics and not worry about anything at all. So, let's see how hard these various things that we got hit for. Okay, so 2,400 on that. That's only 1,000. Dragon Breath hitting harder. Thunder Snow. Right. Right, I see. Oh, I gotta love Iceberg. Actually, I need to check my spells, see if... Scott Hut what? Scott Hut what? What Hut? What Hut? Thank you for the follow. Oh no. I'm gonna die now. Goodbye, cruel world. Oh no, I'm not dead yet. I will be to the stupid bats because I can't target them. But yeah, being taken down to half health by a bunch of bats while the personal bad weather is floating above my head, about to strike me down, was not ideal, shall we say. Right, we're gonna drop this just for so it gets the first hit on for immunity stripping. Your grandmother developed type 2 diabetes after grandpa died, so stress can play a factor. My mother has type 2 based on lifestyle, and my wife was born with type 1. Yay! You're just collecting all the varieties that you can get. Just gotta catch them all. All the different kinds of diabetes. Which is, you know, not the best collection, but I'm not really one to judge. You know what, I was just saying how I should consider that there are things in my spellbook that I forgot to drag onto bars. One of those is my crowd control. Diabetes. Yeah, we didn't get our mass hold, which always needs to be quickened. If it's worth casting, it's worth casting quickened. We will put Irresistible Dance out here. I don't know if it's worth casting Acid Well in any situation, since we don't have any spell power for it, but we'll drag it on bars just so we can test it at least.
This should be enough crests to fill all of the sockets on the Minotaur's barrier.
Okay.
With all 3 crests neatly fitted into their sockets, the magical barrier fades.
Huh.
Short as it
Okay.
collapses. Now the treasure the creature had
It's not really that
is yours for the taking.
difficult of a test of a build, really, to do Borderlands on level in R1. So maybe we'll increase the Reaper a little bit. Although that might just test my ability as a player, not, of course, the ability of the build. Sometimes it's not the build's fault, it is the player's fault. Especially when I'm the one playing. But also especially, it's a build I haven't played before, and we just hit level, and half of my keybinds changed as I got rid of old spells and added new spells. So, I'm trying to think, like, alright, so I'm fighting a group. What is my go-to? If they can be held, in theory, I hold, I Dragon Breath, I Thunder Snow, I Cone of Cold.
You hear deep, guttural voices.
This group, however, is more single target. So we're going to single target that one.
As though it would be impossible to pick.
Thunder Snow that. Dragon Breath that. Cone of Cold.
Notice a small iron key in the corner of the room.
Okay. Maybe I should do this, although it's a little bit slower.
The iron lock creaks as it opens. You hear
It might be good to get into the habit of just dropping icebergs on people's heads.
tantalizingly down the corridor.
Because while leveling, it was just like, I don't know, it's kind of expensive. I don't know if I want to be using it that much. And we're stuck and we can't see anything. Oh, and it's Plague Reaper. Well, that hurt a decent amount.
As the first lever is pulled, the crystal above it flares into life.
But okay.
The image of a small silver key is embossed on the surprisingly well-crafted lock. As the silver lock clicks open, you hear the muffled voices of
Alright, so.
bugbears ahead.
Not ideal. Maybe I should just do that instead. That seems much better. Wait, I don't want to be resting. I want to be pulling the lever.
As the second lever is pulled, you can hear the rumble of the sealed door sliding
Oh,
open.
it's like, why did that not do any damage? Because we are out of phase, that's why. Maybe I should just be leaning heavier into my single target and trying to smack different things. Also, I might not just want this on my bars anymore at all. The cast speed on it makes it really not very good. Or maybe it is good and I'm using it wrong. But like the snowball swarm animation thing just feels bad to me.
As you open the door, a massive bugbear growls and attacks. As the chieftain dies, you notice a small ornate key on the table in the far corner.
Still not sure what my spell rotation should be there. I didn't end up correctly using Dragon Breath at the end because I could hit both of them.
With a satisfying click.
But this is getting very expensive spell point wise. Which, obviously, I can get away with. These are very short, very easy quests. But I don't know if that'll hold up in later quests. Like, should I be using Iceberg this much on random dudes? Probably not. It does cost 80 spell points. Well, the reason it costs 80 spell points is that I have all of my meta magics turned on, and I don't have the like the stuff up here where we can improve our meta magics and things of that nature. So that'll get more efficient as time goes on. 2 skulls. Let's just keep increasing skulls and see how long it lasts. We've done this in previous builds, and it's led to us being surprised by our successes. Like I had a paladin build that I was doing this in Shindorind. I was going through, and I ended up going through the demon web and doing our 6, 7, and 8 solo.
Have asked for your help
It was tricky,
tribes that dwell inside
but I managed it. And if I hadn't been doing this one weird trick where it's like, well, let's see what happens. Then I would never have found out that, yes, I can, in fact, do that. Alright, get the breath out. Get that down. Oh, wow. That hurts a lot.
seems fiercer than the rest of
That was the wrong ability.
them. Letting him live will just leave a possible new chief who must be dealt with in the future.
Wait, why didn't they not take damage from either of those? Also, wow, that divine, like, light damage dot hurt a ton. All right. That's not the button I meant to hit. Yeah, these light dots hurt a ton. Probably because I have, like, no magic resist. How much do I have? 45. Oh, okay, 45. Not as bad as I expected. That's close to cap. Okay, well then. I'm just not doing as much burst damage as I had hoped.
As a gate opens somewhere in the cave.
But it's okay. We are admittedly not very well geared. We basically just grabbed our scepter and said, maybe this will be good enough. And so far it is, but as these skulls go up, it's really, really not. Which, of course, is the weakness of Wild Mage, is the fact that you lose so much durability by not having access to Eldritch Knight. Now, on the flip side, you get a lot of power from extra max caster levels. So it comes down to more of an execution thing and a, by the way, I should actually use my spells like the way I'm supposed to by doing this.
Most of the kobolds scrambled to defend their cave at the sight of you, while one of them ran scampers away. You stopped the runner, and not a moment too soon. Who knows what else the kobold tribe might bring to bear against you?
Honk. Okay. Now, because we stopped the runner, we can talk to her.
An elderly kobold demands your attention, calling for the cessation of hostilities.
Bluff success, because we have ranks in bluff, and we're charisma based. Even though we don't have our charisma items yet, because those require level 31. But you know, you win some, you lose some. The Hezru spawned a Hezru. Could you not? change my default response to no longer be Dragon Breath. Dragon Breath should be the AoE option, and the default option should be our Moon Lance. Although, I haven't actually run with this mantle as a caster, and I've heard good things about Thrive and the things it can do for your, well, not mana efficiency, but
The kobolds react to the news of their chief's death with what seems like relief. The elderly kobold
go.
offers you a reward
Get the Charm of
for
Chaos,
freeing the tribe from the tyrannical
which we're
rulers.
not going to have all of the charms because we didn't grab the one from the Orc encampment, but
According to the
might as well grab it.
their chief has been behaving strangely.
You'll
ever
call
since he brought the
Moonlance
children
being
to
weak,
the
but been a while. So, depends on how long ago
and the vile
you're recalling from. All of them were very, very, very weak, but the same patch that nerfed Dragon Breath, like, absolutely into the ground, like, it got two separate, very hard nerfs simultaneously. It got its max caster level capped,
where the cultists
and it got its dice nerfed at the same time. Either one of those would have been sufficient. Now, at the time, it was the best Epic Strike by far. But at the same time, they went through and they buffed the dice on a lot of the single target strikes. 4 years ago? Yeah, it's been buffed since. It's now 1d8 plus 8 per caster level. And in general, the AoE ones are 1d6 plus 6. Dragon Breath is weaker. It's 1d6 plus 5.
you enter the
And then instead of doubling at 26, it goes up to 1d6 plus 10.
of the keep.
Which is, survey says, not doubled.
As the last goblin dies, you notice something glittering in the debris under the makeshift wooden walkway. The lock on this stout door does not look difficult. The guardroom door opens with a squeak.
That's not the one I meant to cast. I meant to cast that one. Yes. And now that one. And that one. Yeah, I'm not making my DCs on all this stuff. Which is unfortunate, but you know, you do what you can. I'm always disappointed by Thunder Snow's area of effect. Because it feels like it should hit like a cone, but it doesn't hit like a cone at all. It hits like a lightning bolt, and not a particularly fat lightning bolt either.
Looking around, you spot an iron key in the back of the chamber.
So it often feels like it misses things that it should be hitting. That said, it's still a pretty effective tool. And it'll be much better once it's upgraded. So you can see that Sky doubles the damage of Thunder Snow, and it applies the slow from Stormcatcher. And lowers reflex saves, which is nice, because I have other stuff that uses reflex saves.
This
Okay,
heavy
need to buff up and heal up again.
is fitted with an impeccable magical lock.
Okay.
The door swings open on well-oiled hinges, startling the hobgoblins on the far side.
Oh, I'm afraid. I got turned into a rat. This is a bad time to be a rat. No. You get irresistibly danced. You cannot resist the dance. Okay.
You hear the sounds of guttural chanting coming from the chamber ahead.
Stop it. Ooh, a soul. Very helpful.
Magical barrier seals off the passage. Perhaps the magical runes on the wall are the key.
Are we dead or not? Very dead. Alright. Is there a shrine back here somewhere? Moonland's got an upgrade, yeah. Let me just double check something real quick. I'm gonna check the map. Yes, okay. I think I can make it while I'm gibbers. I don't know, though. We're gonna find out. It's like over here. Alright, off we go. What do we have? 30 seconds. Can we open the door with a dot on us? We can. Open. Got it. Haha. Success. Dying with that door closed and the shrines on the other side would have been just like so close yet so far. But we made it. I was like, well, I survived the last bad personal weather. And then it turns out that surviving it on R1 and surviving it on R3, I think we're on, are very different things. Goodbye, Famine Reaper. And we shall heal ourselves. And we'll shrine up. Because we want to get rid of our debuffs at the very least. Alright. Buffs. And then we can get the soul to finish our stuff up after we burn all of our spell points on buffs. Alright. Back we go. To actually progress the quests. It's been so long since I've done these, and I remember them being trivially easy. But then again, I'm still learning what the heck my buttons do because I just switched half of them. And, of course, we are increasing the skulls, and we are on a very squishy build, so we don't have a lot of margin for error. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's a site called, like, the Human Benchmark. That has a bunch of different things, like reaction speed and things of that nature, but it also has this style of puzzle. And the average person can get it up to, I believe it said, approximately 7. And of course, DDO has made it a little bit simpler by saying, okay, well, we need to, by definition, half of our players are going to be below average, and we want everyone to be able to do it, so we're going to only have it go up to 5. Which is a prudent choice. Wow, he just like walks up and practically one-taps me. Everything in here is starting to hit pretty hard, actually. Everything that hits me for like 100. And when you only have 1200 health, a group of 5 guys each hitting for 100 starts to become a problem real fast. 7 would be hard. Yeah, so the thing about these is it's kind of assuming that you're paying your full attention to it. Obviously, like, if you're in a game like this, the assumption is that you're probably not giving your full attention to this one puzzle. If it were like a single player thing, then that would probably be a safer assumption. That, okay, yeah, they're going to be focused on this puzzle. But especially in a multiplayer, more combat-focused game like this, there's a reason they probably dropped it lower. I'm a rat. He's going to kill me in the next 6 seconds. Except that I believe I get a ton of dodge for being a rat. So at least they don't make you completely helpless when that happens.
The wall in the armory slides open.
But yeah, it was interesting going through the benchmark and seeing kind of how I stack up-ish. Obviously, there are all sorts of reasons why one may or may not be higher or lower on things, whether that's age, whether that's just particular skills that you are better or worse at. But yeah. Okay. Well, that was R3, and things are looking to go poorly for us since we have pretty weak defenses, all things considered. But we made it, so we're going to keep going up. We're going to keep going up until we fail to go up. I bet you could do 9 or 10. I think I got up to 8? It was a while ago. Actually, since we're talking about it, let us check. No, not you. Dashboard. Let's see, aim trainer, typing, verbal memory, number memory, visual memory. Is it visual memory test? No, not that one. Sequence memory? Okay. Let's switch our stream. There we go. This is a little easier because it's not starting over with a different beginning each time. So it's quite different. Getting a little harder. Okay. 11, but that's a very different test because it's giving you one more each time and not just starting over every time like the DDO puzzle does. Obviously, like anything else, if you practiced at it, you'd probably get better at it over time. But that was just raw dogging it. Just yeah, you were good up to 9 there. What was I at? I was at 11, but did I succeed at 11, or is 11 the one I failed on? Oh well. Either way, it's a little different. Lag and DDO can make them tough. Oh, you probably saw it in that last quest. In the beginning, I was unsure as to whether or not I had clicked the first one or not, because it kind of like didn't go off when I clicked it, and I was like, wait, if I click it again and the input had gone through, then I'll fail it. And then I saw it go through. It's like, oh, okay, all right, we're good now. Failed. So 10 for me. Okay.
She and the Knoll Outlanders want to leave the Borderlands.
You there. If you're
Not too bad for just being like, we'll give it a shot. And I will say, it was a very small thing, but I didn't just want to sit there in silence doing it, and just the small breaks to comment on it to stream
If you can prove that Outlanders are being killed as sacrifices,
were more,
their loyalty to the chief.
made it more difficult than you would think, actually. Just that small lack of focus to comment on the difference in the type of test that it was were more distracting than you would think it was. That said, I doubt I would get more than like 1 or 2 more. Obviously, if I practiced it, I could get higher, but just as if I were doing it off stream without distraction, probably good for another 2 more. But not going to go much higher and claim super high aptitude on that. What I should have done is I should have brought my Golden Guile with me to do the social checks, but I did not. So we're gathering rat bones and stuff. But yeah, so there are a variety of things like that. There's a reaction speed, there's aim trainer, which is, I believe it's a combination like reaction speed and like precision movement.
The Knoll nods in agreement. You've convinced enough Knoll Outlanders to turn against Chief Bloodblade.
Ah, the packs.
You've convinced members of the tribe to turn against the cult of
right. We need to actually put these on here so we can swap.
about sending the Outlanders to work with the cultists. This should be more than enough to create an uprising in the Knoll's ranks.
Okay. So we're gonna refresh our short-term buffs. I'm getting a memory check next month at a memory doctor. Ooh. I think I had some memory tests done as part of my overall... Oh, what's it called? Not a palette. A panel. The panel I had done when I was getting checked for things like ADHD. So, I don't recall the exact results of that, obviously. Actually, I remember the style of test that it was, too. It was a little rougher than these kinds. But this was actually popularized, I think, by our current president. Well, our current president, I say, as if everyone here is from the U.S. The current president of the United States made a big deal about this a while back with his cognitive function test. How, like, they give you this series of words and you have to be able to repeat it back. You're like, yeah, that's definitely a thing. That's a thing that they did during my whole screening thing. But the thing about it is, it's not as described by said president. It was significantly longer, but I mostly chalk that up to me being like 40-ish getting checked for ADHD and him being 80-ish getting checked for like Alzheimer's. There are different thresholds that are expected when you're middle-aged versus when you are 80. Which, you know, makes sense. I wouldn't expect the same standards to be applied. Alright, I don't need to swap because I have my epic voice on. So that was our 4, yes? Yes, 4, which means we're up to 5 for the next one.
As they turn to leave, Eula tells you to hold on to the charm of evil chaos she gave you.
But yeah,
In case you need help
word it
defeating
feels like
this
declining. I suppose that happens. Most things decline with time, unless you're training them, in which case you can get better over time. Like, there are various stories, particularly with like physical training, of people who got into their 50s or 60s and then started lifting weights and were basically getting in the best shape of their lives. So that's something I need to take into account of, maybe you keep raising skulls until you fail. Yes, that is what we are doing currently. We are raising skulls until we fail. Of course, not all of these quests are the same difficulty, so it's not really a fair comparison between quests, but we're doing it anyway. And the funny thing is, because we are, what's a good way to put this? Because we are learning our build as we go, because we're just adjusting to essentially being in epics and having all of our various epic abilities.
scraping sounds announce the presence of undead.
Get irresistibly danced. You can irresistibly dance if you want to. You can not avoid irresistibly dancing because it is irresistible. I think this one I'll fail. Okay. You are free to think that. I'm going to say it depends on spawns. I might fail this if I get unlucky with Demon and or Reaper spawns. But if I get even relatively normal spawns, I think I'll be fine. Because I'm not doing all the optionals. I'm just going for completion. Which means I don't have to go to the jail at all. Unless I feel like the key is probably there. All I need to do is actually play a little bit more carefully. Until, of course, one of these guys walks up and just, like... Yeah, there we go. Throws a rock at me for 400. So, yeah, I could get unlucky and get multiple champions who are all going to start throwing rocks at me for 400 at the same time. That's definitely a possibility. Alright. You might wonder, why did I walk in so far if I'm not going to take the silverware? The answer is, if you look in here and you just try to tab target for the page, it won't be there. You need to walk a decent amount into the room to see the page here. Get a couple champs and a fear. Yeah, one downside is that I don't have any crowd control that really works on the undead. Because Cone of Cold is not Burst of Glacial Wrath. Of course, we have a Soul of Ice, who is a little bit harder to kill. But he goes down nonetheless. Fortunately, these guys are susceptible to crowd control, so... If you could stop dodging everything, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. See? And this is why I cast the heal. I saw that I had the very bad magic surge icon over my head, so I cast the self-target spell to try to make sure of things. We still, however, have not found our codex page, so that is a little tricky. Another thing that's tricky is that we are running a little bit lower on spell points. Which could be an issue here. It can be in boss room. There's a couple places I haven't been yet that it can be. Alright, so that's a Carnage Reaper. Oh, that's a Flame Bearer. Also known as a problem. Get irresistibly danced. No. He's going to come out of that and kill me if I don't. There we go. Okay. So we are making progress. It can be in this room on one of the thingamabobbers. Like it can be on one of the pews over here as well.
Whispery voices call to you.
It can be here. Oh, there it is.
You hear other, less supernatural voices coming.
Now, the trick here is going to be this boss might be a little problematic.
Say the whispery voices.
Why did that not land? Oh, well, I'm definitely going to die if that spell aggroed him and I'm lag locked here. Okay? Well, it might just be a lag death, which will technically make you correct, but I don't think it will be in the way that you meant. How much health do these things have? 3k? Oh, my displacement wore off. That's a bad time for that. Zoop. We have a couple dodges left. You come here. Oh, that's right. He runs away at low health. So I don't even need to kill him. And I don't have the SLAs to really get him either. Yeah, see, that's why I don't like Thunder Snow. It misses like that a lot. What do you mean the chest is locked? Chest shouldn't be locked. Or maybe he has to die, or he has to... You either need to kill him, or you need to have freed the... What's-her-face? The stony person. Slave most of the cultists, find and confront the leader, find the missing codex page. The adventure is complete. You don't need to kill him. I got the XP. Yeah, but yeah, the chest is locked unless you kill him. Or if you had the Medusa. If she gets him, then it works too. Oh, never mind. We just needed to wait. I think you need to wait until he's gone. Whether that's killed, whether that's the Medusa turns him to stone, or whether that's he manages to run all the way to the quest entrance. I think as long as he's gone, you can get the chest. Alright, that was R5, yes? Yes, which means we have one more for R6. Which is down here. R6. Anyone taking bets on if we complete this one or not? Actually, you know what? Screw it. Let's do it this way. We're gonna put up a pole. Oh no, squirrels! Should do it okay. So, the problem with this quest is the groups of ranged mobs and the owlbear itself tends to be pretty beefy and hit pretty hard. So, we'll see. I have put up a poll. So everyone has about 2 minutes to get their votes in while I put my buffs up. And do the first couple polls and see how that goes for us.
Judging from the old bones scattered on the floor, something large and dangerous has lived in this cave for some time. But the flicker of torchlight ahead suggests that there have been some more recent arrivals.
Do not see a poll? Oh, interesting. It shows it as being up. Perhaps I did it wrong. Current poll, do we beat it? Weird. Okay. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. That's fine too. Maybe on the phone. I don't know the intricacies of Twitch Mobile besides that it is notoriously bad. And we're dead. That was fast. We just took like, what, 3 or 4 hits? Yeah, got shot for 300. Got shot for... Yeah, so this is actually what I mentioned. The problem is the ranged mobs who are just going to be here like, hi, I'm going to shoot you for 300 plus. Goblin Hunter hit you for a total of 333 points of pierce damage. I wish I could sort this easier, because I'm trying to find the rest of the hits. Yeah. A hit for 330, a hit for 340, a hit for 170. Yeah. This is the problem. And I can't get in there to the shrine, I don't believe, unless I clear all around the edge. So we're going to try this. It's not going to work because we're not going to have enough time, but... I can't get in there because the lever to open that is this way, and there's no way I'm clearing all of that in time on R6. So, yes, as predicted, the problem was the ranged mobs. And our lack of ability to kill them fast enough. Yep. This is fine, though. Soloing R6 on a character that I'm not that familiar with was going to be rough to start with. Especially given that we are like fresh 20. It's not like, let's see, these quests are base level either 20 or 21. which means I could be going in there at 24 with actual more abilities and a lot stronger with epic levels. But we did not make it. In fact, we made it not very far at all. Oh, a little bit of rubber banding there, getting kicked back to the lower depths. You take me to Gatekeeper's Grove. We'll try again on R4 instead of 6 and see how that goes for us. Keep on the Borderlands. Thank you. And we'll turn in the other ones. And we have what? A point to spend? 2 points to spend. Bypassing energy resistance. Very, very powerful. Very handy. We'll just grab Commendations of Valor, because why would we not? Like, is there a good argument to be made that, you know, why would we bother doing the last one? It's not like there's a saga here, and we gotta run all the way back out there. But sometimes you just gotta do things for completeness' sake. And of course, you know, because we died, so obviously we want another shot at it. And I think R4 should make us a little bit less prone to just getting melted immediately. Now, I could be wrong. All it takes is the right combination of champions and reapers who will go immune to crowd control. And yeah, because ADHD? I don't think that's an ADHD specific thing. To want to get completeness? Unless you meant OCD, obsessive compulsive disorder, which is, I don't know if that has comorbidities with ADHD actually. Besides the fact that I generally operate on the assumption that anything you have, you're more likely to have other stuff as well. But no, I am highly unlikely to be obsessive compulsive. It just doesn't fit with the rest of my life. But you know, part of it is not so much an obsession or a compulsion, or I said I was going to do the thing, so I'm going to do the thing. Drop it to R4. Now we can put our buffs back up. See about doing this when stuff only kills us in, you know, 5 hits instead of 3 hits.
Judging from the old bones scattered on the floor, something large and dangerous has lived in this cave for some time. But the flicker of torchlight ahead suggests that there have been some more recent arrivals.
You mind? Okay. Why did that spell not go off at all? Like, the animation went off, but I didn't even see saves go off. Oh look, Double Reaper. Oh, and we get stuck out of phase, so we can't damage them? Not ideal. And now the Fear Reaper is running around, so it's harder to hit. There's another... Oh, there it is. Okay. Very manageable.
The cult of evil chaos has set up camp in this cave, with the goal of capturing and taming the beast that lives within it.
Okay, we're lining them up for our things that hit people in lines. Gotta use our spells as effectively as possible. Try to land a little crowd control here, turn some things to stone. Oh. Okay, oh, that's Fear Reaper. Get danced. Single target damage. Not the best, but good enough. Okay, alright.
You must now confront the creature he tried to
Little tricky, but not too bad. And as before, going from getting hit for 300 something to getting hit for 200 something just makes it much, much simpler. Lot more margin for error.
You spot skittering vermin inside the cavern chamber ahead. You can also see the nest of something much larger.
Step in the trap, please. Thank you. Oh, it doesn't work. That's unfortunate. I thought the whole point of that trap there was that you could trap him in it. But either I messed it up or I was wrong from the beginning. Alright. See, that's why I was worried. He's got a lot of health, and he hits pretty hard. But we did manage to get it. Not that it matters that much. I mean, ooh, 900 Reaper XP. It's not the most compelling of payout, but it's more of a climbing the mountain because it's there sort of thing, where you're just trying to see if you can. And turns out that we died on R6, and we... Irresistible Dance won't work on him? Nope. Red named. He is not orange named, he is red named. You can't hard crowd control red names. If I could Irresistible Dance him, that would be a very easy fight. But no. We're talking full immunity to things like things like Dance, things like Hold, all that sort of stuff. Just doesn't work on red names. But that does bring us to after midnight on the East Coast. So it is time for me to pay forward. See who I can send all y'all over to. So who do we have? Is there anyone I recognize? No, actually. I don't recognize any of these streamers. So we'll go to someone who appears to already have viewers, and their title says a new MMO for me to obsess over. So they are probably new to DDO. And we do love welcoming in people who are new to DDO.
It's like Dead by Daylight.
So let's see if we can't toss some people their way. They appear to be... well, they're tagged as in the Pacific Northwest, so they might have some time left because they're on the West Coast. So they've got some time left on stream, hopefully. They've been live for 3 hours. And let's welcome them in, since they appear to be new. So, thank you for everyone who followed, everyone who subscribed, and the ones who gave bits, and all 3 of our raiders, and, of course, everyone who raided in with them. But we're going to raid out to That Witch Yuki, who appears to be new. She's on Korthos, and her stream says that she doesn't know what she's doing. So let's all be nice and welcoming, because DDO is an old game, and God knows we can use the new players. So we're going to raid out. Thank you, everyone, for spending your time with me tonight. I know you've got a lot of options for entertainment, and I appreciate that you chose me. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll be playing Fear, an old shooter horror type game that I haven't played before. I don't do horror, I don't do first person shooters, and we'll see if I can survive through that. So thank you everyone for being here, and good night.
We can't wait to see you on the other side. I'm getting raided again! Everybody knows when I start crying, they try to raid me. Oh goodness. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is That Witch Juki. We do a variety of games over here on this channel. We do everything from cozy games like Stardew Valley to horror games like Dead by Daylight.
You're trying to kill the heal bot.
Today we're playing DDO for the first time with our friend Vale. I hope you all had a fantastic stream. How was your stream? Welcome on in. How's it going? I know the learning curve is steep, but crying Corthos is pretty fast. Oh, I'm not crying because of Corthos. I'm crying because one of our favorite community members. One of our favorite community members. One of our favorite community members is leaving for a time. They'll be back eventually. But they're gonna go do some soul searching. They're gonna go figure themselves out, and they'll be back eventually. I can't wait for them to come back. But it's a sad departure for now, until they come back to us.